Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the March 26, 2024 Planning Board meeting. We are only missing Melissa Beatty, but otherwise we have a full board. I'm going to start asking someone to make a motion to approve the after-action report from the last meeting in February.
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second? Second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, great. All right, I'll turn it over to first of all, I want to welcome a special guest, Michael Belush, in the front row, who will be joining us next month. Turn it over to you, Nick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to the members of the board. Today's meeting of the Planning Board will be conducted in a hybrid format, with the board physically present in the temporary commission chambers and staff, applicants, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. In order to participate virtually in today's meeting, the public may dial 1-877-853-5257 and enter the webinar ID, which is 861-4342-6327#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 861-4342-6327. Anyone wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. And next, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And lastly, I'd like to swear in any members of the public or staff who will be testifying today. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. As always, I'm going to move the discussion items to the end so that you all don't have to sit through that, although you're welcome to stay at the end. So the first item we'll address is the item number 5 on our report, which is the progress report for the Good Time Hotel Planning Board file 060075.
Good morning, everyone. So this is a progress report for the Good Time Hotel. The Planning Board had voted to schedule a revocation modification hearing for today. Unfortunately, the notice inadvertently was insufficient. The site posting didn't get out in time, so we wanted to make sure that any decision that's made by the board can't be challenged based on the notice. So it has been correctly noticed for the April meeting. So as a result, today this is just a progress report to discuss the item. We would like for the Planning Board to discuss what's happened on the site and potential options for what can be done next month in terms of should any conditions be changed, and we'll come with a formal recommendation next month as to what conditions should change for the board to consider. We have been made aware that the 3 violations that were issued on the site were dismissed by the special master. However, on Sunday, there was an additional warning issued and a CUP violation issued due to sound. We have code enforcement here should you have any questions on those violations. So with that, staff recommends that the Planning Board discuss the item and continue the progress report to April. And at that time, we will also have the revocation modification hearing before you.
Okay. You're up.
Good morning. Matthew Amster with the law firm of Burke, Howardell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanes. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here today representing Washington Squared Owner LLC, which is the owner of the property and the operator of the Good Time Hotel. With me and my partner at the firm, Michael Larkin. I know you're used to seeing Mickey Marrero. Unfortunately, he's away, actually enjoying spring break with his family. As Rogelio mentioned, we are here just for a progress report. Since February, we have definitely listened, as we continue to do so, to this board and the neighbors, and kept the music at levels that comply with the applicable standard. This is notable, as March is the month of spring break and has many music festivals that see many venues playing very loud music. Our standard was modified over a year ago, and yet even this past week, management informs me that they have witnessed inconsistent application of the correct standard. What we had happen on Sunday was quite unusual. There was a written warning notice, not a violation for sound, delivered in person after the venue had already closed, and no companion CUP violation was delivered in person. We only found out about that by looking online to verify the written warning, and that is when yesterday we saw that online there is a CUP violation, which again we have not yet received in our hands. I asked the manager to look around the grounds to see if it had been posted anywhere. All that was found was the actual notice now for the planning board meeting next month in April, stapled to a tree by the street. From the beginning, we've been working with the city to revitalize Washington Avenue, to get rid of the nightclubs and to activate the uses during the day. That's exactly what the Good Time Hotel has done and is striving to continue, always being in a collaborative effort to meet that goal. And I think that the Good Time has done a great job of actually revitalizing Washington Avenue. We've come a long way and been an active participant the entire time. We've been addressing issues regularly as they come up. We've done numerous sound studies. We have installed an entirely new sound system. We had a sound wall that had to be approved by the Historic Preservation Board, which we got approved and then built, notably with our operations subdued at that time until it was installed. We are constantly monitoring our impact on the neighborhood, and we have reached out and met with neighbors and stakeholders on numerous occasions, and we continue, as always, to welcome further discussion with the neighbors. This is all in our continued commitment to find a working solution. The Good Time will continue in good faith to operate under the CUP and collaborate with the city and the neighbors, and we welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Let's start. Is public comment on this?
It's up to the board if you want to accept public comments.
All right.
So this is before you on a progress report. This is not your
No.
modification revocation hearing, but
Understood.
you can take public comment if you'd like.
Are there people on Zoom?
We have a hand raised, yes.
All right, people in here. All right, all I'm gonna ask is that, like they said, this is a progress report and it's not a revocation hearing. So, and I don't want 20 people coming up saying the same thing, and I get it, but all of you should come back next month, but I'm gonna go ahead and permit it today. I just want you to be conscious of repetitive statements and knowing that you're gonna be coming back next month with the same argument. So go ahead, sir, come on up.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Charles Fisher. I live at 635 Euclid Avenue, and I thank you for allowing me to speak like the Good Time Hotel was allowed to speak. So a progress report from our side. Since we last met, there have been 8 additional calls to code compliance about noise from the Good Time from 3 separate buildings. So it's only one has been issued, only the 2 citations you heard of on Sunday have been issued, unfortunately. What ends up happening often is that neighbors will call for code compliance because the noise will be very loud, and then it'll go down and it comes back up again. It's kind of funny how that works. And so additionally, speaking to some of the code compliance officers, the one time when I called, they had mentioned hesitation to issue additional noise violations because of the previous ones being thrown out by the special masters. So it feels like now there's a little bit of a hesitation in doing that. And so that is now something else we are working through. What the current CUP says in writing is that noise should not be heard noise from the speaker should not be heard from the nearby residential buildings. That's what the CUP says. It's written plain as English. And so when you can hear it from the nearby residential buildings, that means that they are not living up to their CUP. Quite frankly, they should have gotten a lot more than the one warning. We're now having to work with code compliance to readjust and why they are not writing to the what is written in the CUP versus what they think the special magister might have interpreted by that. I have a lot more to say about why those special magister cases were thrown out. I know exactly why, and I'd like to meet with the city attorney this week. I'm going to, quite frankly, just to get us on the same page. And just
Actually, can you tell us why?
here's what I think. There are two separate standards for noise in the CUP. There is the unreasonably loud, which to me is, I don't know what that means, but I feel like if you can hear it 2 blocks away, it's unreasonably loud. And then there's a more narrow, cannot be heard from nearby residential buildings. It's mentioned in 2 different locations in this, 10-page CUP. So what the Good Time Hotel has continued to argue is that because of the, because of the different standards, they're confused about what to uphold, and so they can't be held to it. What the problem is in all 3 or 6, quite frankly, of the previous violations that were thrown out, I believe Code Office had said that the noise was unreasonably loud. So even if you were to take to the broader standard that the CUP has, they should still have been withheld, not this 2 standards, so we don't know which way to go. If you can hear it 2 blocks away, it's unreasonably loud.
So you think it's confusion on the standards? I get it.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I think the noise meets both standards, quite frankly. So,
Right.
pick the cheaper one. It doesn't matter. And then just one last point. As someone who is an advocate of activating our streets and our blocks, preventing empty storefronts from happening, the Good Time Hotel, I think, has most of their storefronts that are along Washington Avenue empty. I see homeless people sleeping in them. So this kind of song and dance about they've done a lot to rehabilitate the good, that street. They should just prevent people from sleeping in the corridors. I'd appreciate that. Thank you so much for your time.
Pleasure, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Warden. I also live at 635 Euclid. Some of you may remember me. I appeared before the planning board in the early days of the dispute with the Good Time Hotel. At that meeting, Dave Grootman from Groot Hospitality did undertake to build a sound wall. He did so. The problem with this is that it doesn't contain the sound. We have met with the management at the Good Time Hotel multiple times at which they undertook, the DJ's not allowed to increase the sound. On Sunday, the code officer told me that she could hear the music 3 blocks away. Clearly, that's a violation, and clearly not in good faith with the neighbors. They basically, during several of our meetings, I basically had good faith that they were trying to be a good neighbor. During one of the last meetings I attended, one of the VPs from Groot Hospitality was there along with members of our board association, the board members of our association, which we were told we needed to have grace, that they needed to elevate their sound to sell more bottles for 2 to 3 hours every day that they open in order to meet their business plan. Quite frankly, I don't care about their business plan. I've lived in that neighborhood for almost 25 years, and I expected quiet enjoyment. I'm sure each one of you, if I opened a day club 75 feet from your front door, you'd have the same concerns. I sent each of you an email yesterday, and I'd appreciate if you could comment on that during the revocation hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers? Okay, go to Zoom. And again, I just caution everyone on Zoom, just don't be repetitive of what you've heard, but obviously share your thoughts, knowing you may come back next month. Thanks.
Johan Moore.
Yes, good morning, board members and Mr. Chair, as well as staff, as always. Thank you very much. I'll keep my comments brief, just to point out that there are now 3 separate avenues of residents who have become aware that their noise is in fact the noise from the Good Time. And I think there may be more people coming out of the woodwork, so to speak. I would only echo Charles's thoughts, not concerning revocation modification, but concerning your apparently inconsistent standard, which was done by your predecessor composition as a planning board. And I urge that you retighten the standard, which is in fact in accord with Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association's position that the standard be uniform across the city and be no audible noise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else?
That's all we have on Zoom.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just a quick comment, if I may.
Sure.
There has been a lot of discussion about the standard, and as I mentioned, this board, in February of last year, 2023, voted to change the standard. And there is only one standard for noise. It's in a condition 10 inside the CUP that says that it cannot exceed the unreasonably loud standard. There is no standard anymore about whether it can be heard anywhere in the surrounding neighborhood. That was part of a prior standard that was formally changed by this board last year. And as we've mentioned and has been heard on previous meetings, this is the inconsistency where, yes, there are portions of the CUP that talk about how the speaker system was to be set up, and it was set up, but it has references to that older standard, but that is not the operative standard that code enforcement should be using. So this confusion does continue. We have seen it in code compliance even this past week, but it is clear on the record what the planning board did last year to change this to an unreasonably loud standard as the only standard that applies. And that is what we have been operating under and frankly doing our best to keep the noise levels well under control. And that's what we will continue to do. And I'm sure that you can, and perhaps, you know, your staff can you know, provide you that same occurrence that happened a year ago, and we did bring to the attention that there are other provisions that could be pointed to in the CUP that are where this confusion can come up, whether it's for code enforcement or neighbors alike. But we have instructed all of our staff and are operating under that standard that is in that condition 10, unreasonably loud.
But do you think that when a resident is inside their apartment 3 blocks away and they can hear the music inside their apartment, is that unreasonably loud in your opinion?
I'm not there to, you know that personally, so again, hearing it doesn't necessarily make it unreasonably loud. And I will tell you that unreasonably loud is the standard in the noise ordinance throughout the entire city. This is a standard that basically applies to everyone. And
But
so
you're-
that is what, this is down to what the code enforcement officers have experience with this. The other standard was new and different, and we were being treated differently. And now I still think that we are being treated differently because it happens to be, I think, as we can all agree, a subjective standard. But that is what the standard is, and that's what we are doing our best to operate under. And there still seems to be confusion that a lower level of music is being triggered as a violation.
But I guess that's the problem we're facing here, is that no matter, we give you what you asked for, right? I mean, the planning board at the time gave you what you asked for the unreasonably loud. And you're telling us that it's a subjective standard, which I don't, I think there's a subjective element to it, but we've had code compliance in front of us before, and we asked, what is unreasonably loud, and they said to us, well, if you're inside your apartment and you hear the music, that's unreasonably loud in one of those buildings. You're saying you're not even sure that that's unreasonably loud. So how can we give a CUP to an establishment when in effect there's really no enforcement mechanism if it's going to be argued that you don't understand what that means? I'm not criticizing you right now. I'm just saying for next month we need to come up with a solution here, obviously, and I'm asking you to sort of offer us something, offer us a solution, right? Right, the unreasonably loud's not a solution because you don't know what it means, the residents don't know what it means, code compliance doesn't know what it means. And you're objecting when you do get a violation under unreasonably loud, you're objecting saying you don't know what it means and that it's not fair. So what is fair to, what is fair to the residents, what's fair to you? And I'm just saying, propose something instead of, I think it is gonna be helpful next month for everybody to hear the history, much more in-depth history and presentation. And I think we've all, repeatedly said how much we appreciate, all the efforts you guys have made to invest money and everything. But bring us something that, ideas, about, solutions, because right now there's nothing in front of us, and I know staff is gonna be giving us something, and I am curious, Rogelio, I guess if you're not gonna be here next month, I don't wanna put you on the spot, but if you have suggestions for us ahead of next month, I'd like to kind of get a head start and, understand how residents feel about the different suggestions, and so we can kind of reach a solution next month as opposed to kicking the can down the road further.
Okay.
Hi.
Elizabeth?
I'd like to say something.
Sure.
So, first of all, I made a site visit yesterday. Not yesterday, excuse me, Sunday. And my husband and I were driving down Collins, and we rounded the corner, and I could hear music, and I didn't know where it was coming from. And I thought, well, we're just tooling around. And I decided, well, I'll just go in. Well, nobody would even talk to me. I mean, not really. And I wasn't allowed to go up. So that doesn't mean that I'm not impartial. It just means that I was there. And I just wanted to disclose that. I would like to ask if you can hear anything west of Washington, which apparently you can. Is that not unnecessary, unusual? Loud noise?
Just being able to hear music,
West of Washington,
Would
anywhere
if-
west of Washington
if you-
Avenue.
if you are able to hear music, that I think is what would be determined as plainly audible, which is, I think, very reasonably understood as different from unreasonably loud.
Okay.
I get that there is a spectrum there of subjectivity, but just being able to hear something, there's sounds coming, anywhere you're out walking your dog, there's gonna be car noises, other people talking, could be, and there are other venues that have outdoor speakers and do play music, whether it's a small restaurant, other hotel, there are many cars playing loud music. Those are things that everyone can hear. To have it be that no sound, period, should be heard is definitely a different standard than unreasonably loud.
But doesn't a car stereo pass by as opposed to just being sustainable noise?
That may be, but that's one car. There certainly is ambient sound from the multiplicity of uses and vehicles and people and other uses in the area. So I will say, and I was made aware by management that you did show up on Sunday. We're sorry that
My hair
no
in a
one.
ponytail, it was great.
Well, we're sorry that no one was able to recognize you.
It's okay.
And I know I was told that they were just vetting for security of
That's
this establishment and their
It's fine.
guests, which they would do normally for
Of course.
anyone. Code enforcement shows up in uniform, even if they're unannounced. And so you get to understand that,
It wasn't
their
intentional.
ID.
It was not an intentional visit. It was just sort of a.
we have and continue to offer, visits to everyone. You can contact our firm, and we're happy to coordinate a visit for you.
Do you have raised speakers on the rooftop? Do you have them? Are they on the ground or are they stacked up?
The sound system, which was vetted through permitting, as well as sound studies by our engineer and the city's peer reviewer, have a combination of speakers, but most of them are lower to the ground on purpose, as required even by conditions that are in the CUP, and that's all been appropriately maintained, and that, of course, the sound wall is another component of that system.
So most of them, but not all of them. So you do have some raised.
Yes, but not very tall. And again, all done in conjunction with technical review. And I think, you know, to Board Member Frieden, there's been discussions of a pilot program. You know, the city has shied away from using decibels, which is not, you know, which is well before our venue came on board. But it may be time to try to, you know, establish some sub-monitoring. We volunteered to be a part of any decibel pilot program. It's even one of our conditions that we voluntarily put into this. I believe that was last February as well. That program hasn't yet been established, but, you know, that certainly is a means to try to address this as trying to make it more objective than a subjective standard. So we are still very open to that, and, you know, we have engaged our sound engineer to, you know, try to give us some ideas so that we can, you know, be, again, a collaborating member to work out a viable solution.
Yeah, but I guess it's a great idea in concept, but if the city is not able to get it up and running in time, you know, we need a solution now. And so if you want, I mean, one solution, and that just comes to mind, is that you guys create this program of the decibel monitoring and install, you know, get one of the neighbors to agree to install, you know, a decibel monitor on their balcony, and that you have access to, you know, whatever it is. But I guess, I don't know the status of the pilot program, and it seems to me it's not gonna be ready in the next, you know, several months or at all, ever. And so, obviously, it's great that you're volunteering, but if you want that to be a solution, you're gonna need to sort of take initiative to get that done, if that makes sense.
I had one more question. So it seems like that most of the noise complaints are coming in the afternoon. Do you have the parties every day, or what, I don't know. So I mean, I've never been up there. I don't know anything about it. So I'm just kind of trying to learn about it.
The programming varies, and if anything, the more key events are happening Fridays and Saturdays. The venue for entertainment is only allowed 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., and the majority of these events, whatever day of the week that they happen, are usually over by 7 p.m. They don't even go until the end of the time. You know, other venues throughout many parts of the city have ability for outdoor entertainment to 11, even midnight. Ours ends at 8, and we do stick to that very religiously. And in fact, like I said, the majority of the time, it's even over before that. So that's the general
I think last
programming.
month, most of the complaints were on a Saturday, if I remember
Right, that's
correctly.
that's what I read, and it was sometime like around 2 to 5, something around in that area, so, okay.
Mr. Chair.
Matthew?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Amster, for the update. I'm relatively new to this board, but it seems like this has been going on for way too long. And every month, there's new people that are coming to speak. So for each person that comes here, there's a multiple behind them, people who don't know that there's a remedy for this potentially. They don't know how to voice their concern, their outrage of being disturbed multiple times every single month. We've heard a lot about the economic considerations, that the operation won't work or isn't feasible without this outdoor entertainment. So my question for you is, can you provide evidence? Can you not necessarily open up your books, but show us that the hotel and the indoor operations won't float the business? And that if we were to make these conditions more stringent, that you would have some sort of hardship? Because what we're hearing is a hardship from the residents that live nearby that didn't have this hardship before. So I need some sort of evidence from the business side, not just the level of the music, but how that impacts economic operations.
I don't have any of that information, so I'd have to speak to the client to see if and what we would provide to address that. But I think just from a bigger global perspective, when we came in for this use to get the hotel approved, which was a Historic Preservation Board application with a companion conditional use permit application to the Planning Board, it was always and clearly identifiable that we were going to have a pool deck on the third level with outdoor entertainment that we would keep during the day. And so that is, from the beginning, you know, our, the Good Times goal and plan that they've now carried forward and wish to continue, because that's, again, how this project from inception has meant to operate.
I had a question again. How is the sound controlled? Who controls the sound? Is it locked and password, key, all of
Yes,
that kind of stuff?
absolutely, and that's required. That was, that's part of the conditions. That was part of the sound study review and approval. So there are maybe only 2 people, I'm not exactly sure, but very few people. But whoever is whoever's operating, you know, and playing the venue does not have the control over the system.
But the person controlling the volume knob does, right?
There's a maximum set, and that was through the sound study, and that's where.
And so do you think we could change the maximum set?
It could occur. I think that, again, that was all vetted through, again, the best objective standards that we could do and testing with experts, both on our side and the city side. So I would think that would be the appropriate way to, if needed, address that sound level.
Okay.
There may be other options, you know, for the system that I think that this is an area where there needs to be, you know, good minds coming to task to try to figure out the best way forward.
I just remember Dave saying that we had the best sound engineers in the whole world and that there was a way that we could fix it, and I just keep wondering why it hasn't been. I just, that just keeps coming back to me, but
All right, a couple
Anyway.
more, and then we're going to move on. Scott?
Yeah, just, you know, the biggest issue here is the sort of the ambiguity in how you define, you know, the noise, you know, coming from the Good Time Hotel. And, you know, last week or last month, I should say, I asked staff to come up with a different standard. And I know, Jonathan, you just mentioned that maybe the applicant should come up with a standard, but at this point, I'm not going to rely on anything that you propose. I would leave it up to staff. And I would hope that staff next month comes back, whether it's you or Michael, comes back with something that's much more, much less subjective. That's what we need here. Obviously, there are a number of residents being affected by this, and you know, it's at the point now where it's almost like the Good Time is just playing games. You know, just constantly, just let's take it month by month, push for this, and you know, delay this another few months, and it's going on way too long. So, you know, I'm curious to see what staff proposes next month. If, you know, it's not to my liking, I'm going to ask that it revert back to what it was a year ago, which was, you know, noise can't be plainly audible on the west side of Washington Avenue. You know, that at least gives code compliance something a little bit less subjective to base their criteria on, base their decision on, and also the special master. So, you know, I wait to see what happens next month, but you know, that's what I'm going to ask for, and we'll see where it goes. I hope that you know, you heard it here a few times today. It's very easy just to turn a dial down a little bit. I understand that you basically implied this is how we make our living there. This is critical to the financial well-being of the hotel. But if what you're telling us is that for this hotel to survive financially, it has to violate city ordinances and violate conditions of the CUP, then maybe it's not a business we want in the city. So, you know, it's something that you need to really consider going forward.
Respectfully, we're not violating the standard. That's not our practice. We are doing our best to adhere to it and have actually turned down the levels of music to make sure that we are complying.
Yehiel?
Okay, good. I'm not exactly sure what happened. It's probably tied to when the volume was allowed to increase. But the good time was always viewed as kind of the paradigm of the good actors, right? They proactively would reach out to the residents. They would try and make things right. Different members of the board have asked, the applicant to come up with something, city staff to come up with some type of standard. I would love it if over the next month, similar to what you all did in the earlier stages, I know Avi was great at the proactive outreach, just to get with the residents and try and find a way together that you can present something to us next month collectively. I don't know how possible that is given what's happened over the past 2 months or so, but I think it would be nice next month to hear something collectively from all sides, both staff, residents, and the good time. Because I would say, I don't think it's in our best interest to malign businesses or residents, right? We have to try and find that happy medium, because the city won't do well without the business interest, and the city won't do well without residents being happy. So please come together and just find some compromise.
Yeah, and I just want to end it with, Matthew, you have to understand what a difficult situation it is for us. I mean, we're sitting up here, we want a business to thrive, and we want residents to enjoy their life. And it seems the last few months we've been inundated with more complaints than usual. Now, I don't know if that's orchestrated or what, but the fact is we're getting these emails, and you can't just ignore the residents. So I've been begging you guys for months, because I do want you to succeed, and I do want them to be happy. But I've been begging you guys for months to maybe go to one of their apartments and go to the balcony and then have walkie-talkies and talk to the people at the pool and put the music on and see at what level it can be played without them being disrupted. I mean, I don't find that complicated. So, obviously next month, there's a revocation hearing, and again, at least speaking for myself, I've always tried to balance, businesses with quality of life. And like Yehiel just said, I want you both to be happy. And I know that's not always easy. I always make the joke as a lawyer that a good mediation is when neither side is happy. But there's got to be a remedy where you all can have your music, but they can enjoy their life. There's got to be some happy medium. There's got to be. So in light of the fact that we're coming back here next month, I implore you to work with them. And I know you're doing your best. I understand that. I know you're just their attorney. And I know they really have, as he said, they really have been the model of outreach, and Avi would come here every month and tell us something else they've done. So I know that the intention is good, but the execution doesn't seem to be matching the good intentions. So again, just make sure when we come back next month that hopefully we can all establish some happy medium where they're okay and you're okay, and we can move on from this. Okay, and obviously we're going to have staff's, recommendations for that. I'm going to give you really quick because I want to move on from this.
I just want to make sure that the board understands the residents. I personally spent hundreds of hours meeting with Avi, facilitating them, coming up on my roof deck with a sound engineer and calibrating. And I've spent tons and tons of time conversing with Avi. And the number of complaints that you're getting is artificially low because he had us directly communicating with him, asking him to turn the sound down. So I want you to be aware, what you see recorded is a fraction of the complaints that people in my building had.
Right.
Because people were, when I was on the board, were funneling those complaints through me. And in good faith, I was saying to Avi, you know what, I want to work with you to make this happen.
And I'm sure you as a resident want a thriving, good behaving business. So
of course I do.
I get it.
Of course I do.
That's why there's got to be that balance. There has to be a way that they can have their music, but you all have your quality of life.
Right. I mean, I bought that condominium almost 25 years ago with the expectation of quiet enjoyment. Clearly, the use of a day club is an incompatible use adjacent to a residential neighborhood without a framework around this.
Right.
I would encourage the board to go back to the language that was included in the CUP that they underwrote their deal on, which was that there would be no audible sound behind their Arcadia House, which is the building immediately west of the Good Time Hotel.
Okay.
They underwrote their deal on that. That's what they came to market with.
Right.
And they've asked and asked, and you guys have given and given, and they continue to violate. every stipulation that's out there. They're not acting in good faith, despite all of the smoke and mirrors, because of their stated need to like basically achieve their business plan by pumping up bottle sales. It's inconsistent with what we need.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, do we need to move or is it, it's already scheduled for next month? Any action we
If
need
you
to take
continue the progress report as well, just so we have it.
to
have it
next
on the
month,
record. Yep.
simultaneous with the okay.
Yep.
Someone move the progress report to next month?
Motion to move the progress report to next month's meeting.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay.
So
All right,
continue the
Rogelio,
progress report.
were you gonna say something?
I was just going to say, we mentioned in the staff report that a potential option is restoring the previous standard that required that sound not be plainly audible anywhere west of Washington Avenue. So that's probably where we're going to be coming from next month, but, you know, we're still going to keep discussing that internally.
Okay.
Now,
Now, are you gonna come with a new revised proposed CUP?
We'll have a draft order
Okay.
for you, yeah. And then potentially requiring new sound testing to take place, because something seems to have happened from when we did the original sound testing in November of 2022 to now, so.
Okay. All right, Matthew, thank you. Moving on to revocation modification hearing, planning board file PB 210435, the Lincoln Eatery. Now, I thought last month that they had already evicted the tenant, the
Yes.
operator. And so is this a revocation hearing?
The hearing is being continued because they're still trying to decide what they want to do with the space. And so
Right.
they have a new operator, and so they're going to be requesting potentially reinstating what they had with the new operator. So the planning board had voted to suspend entertainment last year. And so they haven't had entertainment. The operator that they had there was operating, they brought
Right.
in speakers, they were doing things that were not allowed per their CUP.
Right.
Clearly not allowed per their CUP. The owner of the building was not opposed to us suspending entertainment.
Correct.
Because they were trying to get that operator out of the space. That operator has been removed. As I understand it, any code enforcement violations have now been settled. And so they have a new operator that's here, and they'll be talking with the board and presenting their ideas.
Okay, so it's really to modify or reverse what we previously did.
Right.
Got it.
Exactly.
Okay.
So they're looking at reinstating the conditions of approval that they had before. They're not looking at changing the operations. The CUP required that any sound on the rooftop be at an ambient level. They're not located near residential spaces. We did sound testing. If they operate per the CUP, it should not be heard by any residences nearby. The problem is that the previous operator was bringing in speakers, was having all sorts of special events that were not allowed per the CUP. So I would, welcome them to present to you their thoughts, and our recommendation is that the planning board discuss their proposal and discuss if you think entertainment should be reinstated. It only allows for ambient entertainment with minimal hours. I believe it's Fridays and Saturdays. Let me go to the
Right,
specific
bottom line,
condition.
it's what we
And so-
originally approved, and the last operator violated it, so we
Violated that,
rescinded
yeah.
it. Okay.
So it was rescinded, and so now they're here before you to see
Got it.
if the board is okay with reinstating that.
Okay. Sir?
Good morning. Mr.
Welcome
Chairman,
back.
Members of the board, good morning. Roberto Hermosillo, I'm the manager of the Lincoln Eatery, and I am here with Isabella Guerrero, which is our new operator for the Lincoln Eatery. As he mentioned, the previous tenants were removed, and we have put a plan in place. If I may share it with you, that shows what we have in mind. One of the things that is going to make a difference with this plan is that I am a previous code enforcement officer for the city of Miami Beach. I know what unreasonable loud is.
Thank you.
Lincoln Eatery works with the neighborhood. Lincoln Eatery is a place where we want to have everyone welcome. As you can see, it's a block away. You can walk by anytime and see what difference we have made in the neighborhood. We beautified the space. We made it comfortable. It's a welcoming space. our new tenant, she is aware of the new requirements for, to operate on the rooftop. We went ahead and took care of things that will not create a nuisance to our neighbors. When I worked in code, I used to patrol the streets. I used to go to take care of cases that were complaining about loud music coming from a venue or space. It's under my management, and she is aware of that.
Absolutely.
Ownership is aware of that, and that's one of the reasons that they hired me to
Who is Terranova the owner of
Yes,
the
sir.
building? Okay.
Yes,
So you work with Misty?
yes.
Okay.
Very close. She's my boss.
Okay, got it. No, I'm happy to hear that because she's very responsible.
Yes,
Go
she
ahead.
is indeed, and it was a very it was a nightmare to get rid of our previous, but it's done, and it's not going to happen.
Well,
to
let's
us.
hear, so let's hear from you. What's your plan?
So my plan is to, if we reinstate the CUP, it's exactly what he said. It's specifically for ambient music. It is not to bring in DJs and blast music. That is not what I have in mind at all. On the contrary, if we do anything, any events, we would do them downstairs, doors closed. We have an option, and the upstairs is specifically for ambient music. It's a place for people to come in, relax. We would like to have DJs, but if the DJs come in, they have to be plugged into our system, and our system would keep it at below conversation level. It's more for ambient music, so that is my goal.
All right, before we have staff, I have a question for staff. Your recommendation is that we continue to the next month. What's the point of that? What's going to happen between now and then?
We just, if you're sort of okay with it, we want to just make sure that no refinements are needed to the conditions and make sure that they're going to be operating exactly as was previously approved.
Okay.
And so that we can just cross any Ts, dot any
Okay.
Is, make sure that everything's okay. But it's up to the board. If the board wishes to reinstate
Yeah, I was
today,
just
that's
curious
fine.
because I didn't
Yeah.
see what could happen. They're not
Yeah.
operating, so
We
I didn't
just
know
we
what
just
would
wanted
happen
to get your
next.
thoughts and make sure,
Got it.
if you're okay with it, and then if that's the case, just so that we can make sure that
All right, before we have questions, is there anyone on Zoom? Or is anyone in chambers on this item?
no hands raised on Zoom.
Nothing on Zoom?
And because this is a modification, revocation hearing, do any board members have any disclosures to make?
Any disclosures? Start with you, Scott?
No disclosures.
Nope.
No? Okay.
Okay.
All right, so you all understand, the planning board had issued a CUP with all types of conditions. The last operator violated them repeatedly. They were in a lawsuit, they got evicted, they're done. So now we have a new operator who seemingly understands, and I'm glad you sat through the last
Yeah.
item, so you understand how serious this is for the residents.
indeed.
So any questions from the board? What they're asking is that we reinstate the prior CUP under the commitment that they will honor it. So that's where we are.
I guess the only question I have, because they have, I guess on weekends, they can go till 2 AM, it looks like.
Correct. Yes.
And I guess the only thing I'm wondering, Mr. Chair, is whether I want to make sure before we allow that, obviously then like revocation or modification after we allow that is sort of a long, complicated process. If there's more of a structural or a sort of a foundational problem for the residents, the nearby residents, and it's not just a matter of good actors versus bad actors, but it's just the way where the location of that property. I guess I'm a little concerned about the 2 AM until we see that it works. I'm more inclined to say, have them come back and say, give them till midnight now, and if they're doing well and we like what we see and we want them, they have a good reason to extend till 2 AM, we can then give that to them as opposed to giving them 2 AM now, if that makes sense. They seem to be in agreement with
No,
that.
understand that. And staff, I know your recommendation is, but are you okay with obviously you approved the last CUP. Are you good with that CUP?
We were okay with how it was originally
Okay.
approved,
All right.
and we think had they operated per that CUP, it would have
It
been
would
fine.
have been fine, okay.
May I add, the speakers that were approved?
Yeah.
That is what we are going to have in place. We're not having any extra speakers brought in.
Right, they had brought in other speakers. before.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
And that is, no, let's say, for example, we have an event that requires special music. The person that's going to come and play the music is going to be hooked up to our system, as you can see in the pictures. I'm a control freak. Everything's underlocked. It has to go through me, has to go through her, and they cannot bring not even a monitor, because many DJs require a monitor so they can get the vibe. That is not going to happen with us. So.
And I appreciate that. Are you okay with going to midnight for now and then?
I'm okay with it. I don't think it's necessary because I've been up there and I know how loud it is, and it's not loud at all. I mean, there are 10 little speakers. It's very, very minimal noise, and the studies have shown, you know, our nearest neighbors are 2 blocks away, maybe 3 even.
Right.
And the studies have shown that, you know, even at the highest decibel, it's like listening to traffic go by.
All right, well,
So
I'm
it
okay
really-
with
I
it.
don't
I
think
don't
it
know
would
how
make a
the other board
difference.
members feel, how strongly they are.
Yeah.
I mean, you either give the 2 AM, and if it doesn't work, you punish them, or you give them 12 and then you reward them. I'm fine with leaving it at 2. I'm
I'm fine with it now. I
I'm
guess it's-
cognizant of your thoughts, Jonathan.
I hear what they're
100%.
saying, and I
Yeah.
appreciate them and the fact that there's smaller speakers, and I understand what happened the last time. I get it.
I
guess I'm feeling more of a sense of, you know, moving forward on new CUPs, starting out earlier, and if they're doing great, the neighbors are happy, and they're, you know, and they're good at, you know, they're being responsive to, you know, any inquiries or requests, and they're complying by the rules, then they can come back and get later hours.
Understood.
As opposed to having the burden sort of on the neighbors now to come and show up at meetings, and, you know, fight to get the hours reduced.
I think it's interesting that none of the neighbors are speaking on
Yeah.
this item, but it is what it is. All right, let's just real quick, Scott, any questions or comments?
No, I'm okay with reinstating it as it is with the 2 AM. I mean,
Okay.
if there are issues with sound, you know,
Correct.
midnight, you're gonna get the complaints anyway, so, and we'll know about it. I mean, I don't think, just between midnight and 2 AM is gonna be just when the music would be very loud. Just one quick question on your plan of action. The first 2 points, you know, entertainment shall be limited to a volume that does not interfere with normal conversation, is fine. Then in the next sentence, you know, you're gonna have DJs, live performances. It just doesn't jive. I know that the DJs will plug into your system, but, you know, you may get a DJ that, for whatever reason, you know,
Yeah.
likes to
But-
have louder music, so it's something that,
It's controlled.
personally, I'd be a little concerned with, but like I said, I'm willing to give it a try and see where it goes.
And like I said, you know, we want to work with our neighbors. We work always with our neighbors. Stop by at any time, and you will see it for yourselves. It's a different place. It's under different management, and you know, the owners are very concerned, and that's why we are doing the changes, and we are willing to do whatever it takes.
Did I remember last month that you said you did not want DJs? Was that something I just imagined?
We
No,
want
I
her to
said
do well.
it's not necessary. You can create your own ambiance with your own music, but sometimes when you bring in a DJ, like I went out the other night to a place called Mini Bar, which is on South Beach, and they have a DJ and they're playing very softly, but it's the ambiance that they bring in. And I was like, you know, it's not loud in here. It's very, you know, but it creates a vibe, just having him in a corner, and it does not have to be loud for any reason.
And 2 AM is because
Because
just-
that's when we close. That's when we're able to operate
Usually,
until 2 AM.
They do last call, and then by 2 a.m.,
Right,
everyone
that's
is
when
out.
it-
Yeah. And it has a maximum amount of people that can be there. So, and that's
Right.
something that she also agrees with.
Yeah, because, I mean, they would be entitled to be open until 2, they just wouldn't be able to have, like, it's us, we can determine whether they can have entertainment until then.
That was
And
sort of
then-
where I was
And if
going.
the entertainment is the same volume as their house speakers, and you know,
Right.
it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, the entertainment creates a vibe in there, but it really, it should not be louder, and it's not supposed to be, as per the CUP, than what the speakers are capable of, which is not loud.
I think I'd like to continue this.
I'm there.
Like, I think I'd like to go with what
Yeah.
staff has recommended and continue this. And just
Fine,
kind of
okay.
find out more. At
You
least
should.
that's my thought.
Okay. I think we're, well, all
So,
right, go
so the
ahead.
photos show speakers that kind of face outwards.
Yeah.
Towards the neighbors. The acoustical consultant says that all loudspeakers should face inward.
Mm-hmm.
So are you gonna be repositioning the speakers that are currently there, or
Yes.
what's the
To
plan
face
for that?
down, right? Mhm.
So they're gonna be repositioned to face
Correct.
towards the building?
No, yeah, they, on the wall, going down, and the ones against the railing, it's going to
So you're just gonna
face-
take the ones that are currently affixed to the building, instead of facing them out, you're
Right,
facing them
you
down?
face them
Yes.
down,
I,
right?
I see the ones that are on the wall now and they're up on the top. Would you be willing to relocate them to the bottom
If-
and out across
Of
as
Yeah, 'cause
opposed?
I think that would go a
Because-
long way towards kind of
We
insulating the
could- we
noise
could
and
do that.
having it.
That would be no problem.
Got it. And staff, can we make that as, kind of a
That could be
condition?
added as a condition.
I just,
Okay.
I think I'm rooftop. I think I'm
Yeah.
just-
And we're on the 6th floor. It's not like we're
Yeah.
Milo that's on the 2nd. We're way up on top of Marshall, so it's a pretty
No, I
significant.
know where you guys are
yeah.
located.
Matthew,
Yeah.
any questions or comments?
And I'm just listening to, we've had other issues of different neighborhoods, and now
Yeah.
I'm not concerned, because none of my colleagues are really concerned. I don't really know the background of this, but it sounds like it's not going to be above normal conversational level. And by the way, when I go to a restaurant that has normal conversational, sometimes I feel like I'm screaming
Right.
at my wife just trying to have a normal conversation. So even
Yeah.
that, in a way, can be subjective.
Right.
I think
That's
what
true.
what the
That's a
volume
good
level
point.
is. So what it sounds like is that it's normal conversational volume, but it is probably on the louder side. No.
No, that's not what we want. We went out one night to somewhere in Miami Beach, and it was so loud, we were screaming at each other, and that's uncomfortable to me. That's not the way it should be. It should be a place where people can come, relax, have a drink. If you want to have a DJ, fine. Again, I didn't really see the impact of it until I went the other night and I saw that one guy in a corner, ambient music, very low, but it does something. It does something to see him there, to play a kind of music, and that's where I said, you know what, it might not be a bad idea. But initially, I didn't care, because as long as you have a good music playlist, you should be fine. But the idea is to have conversation up there. This is not a place to party. This is not going to be, 80s music, party all night. It's not that at all.
Yeah, I would
Okay.
likely tend to agree with my colleagues.
yeah.
Thank you.
Motion, please.
John?
I'm just, the DJ thing is, I don't know, it just
Yeah.
doesn't.
But
sit-
it depends on the DJ. There's different
Well,
types.
sure, but,
Yeah.
I mean, somebody is not going to be out there all the time monitoring that.
Well, that's my job, is to scope them out. I wouldn't bring a DJ that I don't feel is going
Right.
to stay within that. You scope them out, and there are DJs that will play very loud music, and it's up to me to figure out what would work with our space.
We have
That's-
also put a new security camera
Yeah.
with sound that it can be monitored from home if I'm not there, from my computer, from my. So it is, believe me, I understand. I understand what the requirements
All right,
are.
Can
I
I
think,
add- can I-
Okay,
I think we're all in agreement. I guess it brings up a question of, I didn't realize that there are security cameras with sound,
Yeah.
the possibility. And so some of these outdoor entertainment establishments, can we require having cameras with sound on the property and providing access to code or planning board for cases when we need to look back to see what was going on there, and we can hear the sound and the decibel levels or whatever? I mean, I'm thinking for ideas for other properties. It might be something, it seems like a small expense, but an easier way for planning board to supervise some of these outdoor entertainment establishments.
I don't see any planning issues against that. We do have usually a condition that code enforcement's allowed to inspect. I don't know if there's any constitutional issues or privacy issues
I
with
mean,
that.
I think the board has an interest in enforcing sound conditions. I don't know if the board has an interest in video from within an establishment. I think if you are interested in exploring sound monitoring, one of the reasons the land use committee wanted to pilot a decibel system, and the city retained a sound consultant. The first step in that process was to do an evaluation of what decibel levels are appropriate and what are not. And so I think the board should follow, that initiative was just re-referred to the Land Use Committee at the request of Commissioner Fernandez. I think the board should follow that discussion because I think the outcome of that discussion could give, this board a basis to impose sound conditions that are based on certain levels. But I think a condition requiring access to video and audio monitoring equipment.
Well, I mean,
might
and
go
maybe,
beyond.
I get it, constitutional issues, but in terms of it maybe even not giving us access to it, but requiring that management have the ability, like they're voluntarily doing, but that management have cameras with sound monitoring, sound capabilities, whatever the technology is, in future CUP, so that management can review when there is a complaint. Management at least can say, oh, they can't say I wasn't there. They can say, I reviewed the film, I see what the problem is, and we're going to address it. Just an extra.
That's something we can look at. Yeah.
I would suggest, if the board is inclined to reinstate entertainment, that the revocation modification hearing not be concluded, that maybe be continued a month or two.
Right, see how
That
it's
way, if
going.
there's any issues, the board can quickly react to that, and we don't need to issue another cure letter
Perfect.
and renotice.
So I'll make a motion to reinstate the CUP as it was before, and same thing with the speakers.
Although move the speakers facing
Move the speakers facing
towards the building.
toward the
Down, right.
building.
Yeah, so
And-
that is, yeah.
And then to also do a status report, or keep it open.
Revocation hearing 2, what are we now? We're March, April, May, maybe May?
I would do not more like 90 days.
June?
Yeah, because they're
All
not,
right.
well, how long till you're open?
Oh, probably within a month. I'd
Okay,
rather,
so-
if
yeah,
it
so
could be
then, like,
next month,
let's
that'd
do
be
90
great.
days.
So move it to June. That way,
I'll second that.
hopefully in June, when you come back, there won't be anything to talk about.
Perfect. That is,
Second.
that is perfectly fine.
Okay, we have a
You'll
second. Roll
relocate the
call.
speakers? You'll
Yeah,
relocate the
definitely.
speakers
Yes,
down?
we will
just-
take care of
yeah.
that.
And you're not going to have planter speakers or any of that, because I was just kind of reading your discussion. It looked like you're going to have more. I mean, I'm
No.
just very sensitive to the,
There
Yeah.
were
to the
10
neighbors.
speakers approved.
Yeah,
5 on the north side, 5 on the south side.
So you'll be
Nothing else.
relocating the speakers from being wall-mounted to face
To the floor,
right.
Okay,
whatever it
Towards the
takes.
building.
We
Okay.
wanted to succeed,
okay.
but
Yeah.
we.
No,
we're
and
gonna
the-
make
the
sure
We
that
want,
There's-
we want you
Yeah,
to
yeah,
succeed
let-
too, but we
okay.
want our residents happy.
No,
also.
absolutely, and
Well, yeah,
again,
we have a motion and a second. Let's go.
Let's go.
Call roll call.
Okay, the motion was made by Mr. Frieden?
Yep.
Correct, seconded by Mr. Cement.
Okay, roll call, Ms. Beatty's absent. Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Goltanoff?
Yes.
Ms. Latone? Mr. Needleman? Yes. Motion passes.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good luck, and
Thank
come
you.
back in June telling us everything's perfect.
appreciate that.
Everything
All
will be
right.
fine, thank you.
All right, next is item number 7. We're on previous code amendments. Item number 7, Planning Board 230634, height limits for main use parking garages on page 91 of your book.
Okay, so this is filement number PB 23-0634, height limits for main use parking garages on Terminal Island. A similar item was presented to the board, I believe it was last year. And the board recommended unanimously for this item. However, at the city commission at first reading, it failed by a vote of 4-2. So now this is a private application for a very similar amendment. And what it does is it increases the height limit of parking garages on Terminal Island, main use parking garages, from 40 feet to 75 feet. The request is being made by the Fisher Island Association. They have a parking garage on their site that has, I believe, 4 levels of parking that is used for employees of Fisher Island. And the idea is that they park in this garage, and then people can get onto the ferry and be taken to Fisher Island. What happens today is when that garage fills up, cars start to queue up to get onto the ferry, and then the ferry takes cars over to Fisher Island, and then those cars park on Fisher Island. And so these cars are queuing up on Terminal Island, it's backing up, blocking access to the Coast Guard, blocking access to the
Right.
city facilities that
I've
are
seen
there.
it firsthand, yeah.
And sometimes even backing up onto MacArthur Causeway.
Yeah.
We've looked at this from a transportation perspective, and it looks like this will improve the transportation issues because more cars will be able to get to the garage and prevent that stacking that's currently taking place, and more people will walk onto the ferry rather than drive onto the ferry. Staff does have concerns over what's going to happen when the construction process is happening, because that first level will likely come out of commission, and so that will reduce the capacity of the garage from what's there today for that construction period. If not completely, I mean, they may have to close down the garage entirely. The applicant has indicated that they will be renting parking spaces elsewhere, perhaps downtown Miami, and then shuttling people onto the ferry using some sort of a shuttle service, and also potentially on Terminal Island itself. Staff has other concerns with the aesthetics of the garage the way it is today. This does provide an opportunity. Any new proposal, this is just the ordinance. They will have to seek a modification to their existing approval, so they do have a conditional use permit that'll have to come back to the planning board, and they do have a design review board approval, and so it will have to go back to the design review board as well, and so aesthetic issues could be worked out, give us another chance at improving the aesthetics of the garage. In terms of operating conditions, we feel that this will give us another opportunity at adjusting the operating conditions and perhaps limiting the hours in which certain activities can take place in order to minimize peak hour impacts on the MacArthur Causeway. So with that, staff recommends that the planning board transmit the ordinance amendment to the city commission with a favorable recommendation.
What did you say was it failed 4-2 or something? What was that?
The city commission voted 4-2, and so the ordinance required 5 affirmative votes to
Got it.
pass.
Thanks.
Any LDR amendment requires 5 affirmative votes.
Do you remember why they decided not to approve it?
I do not recall the exact issue for the vote.
And then
Maybe the
Rogelio-
mayor knows,
He
maybe
may.
doesn't.
Yeah,
Rogelio, if this were to come back to the commission, it would require how many votes now?
still 5.
Still not 6 for height increases.
No, only FAR amendments would require 6 votes.
Right. Mayor?
Good morning, Chair, members of the Planning Board, Neeson Kasdan and Chris Pinellas with Ackerman, representing the Fisher Island Community Association. With us today as well are representatives of the association, Daniel Kaslik and Michael Posey, as well as John McWilliams, our traffic advisor and consultant. If you would please cue up the slideshow. A little bit of historical information on this. There are some new members here of the board. The Fisher Island Community Association is the master association that represents all of the homeowners on Fisher Island. And they operate the entirety of the community as well as the ferries, which I'll show you in a minute. The item did pass this board previously unanimously. It went to the city commission. It was a short city commission, and it got 4 favorable votes instead of the 5 that were required. There were only 6 people at that time. Candidly, a little bit of a surprise. But what we have done is gone back, and the need is even greater, as you will see, and done even more analysis to show how we can improve conditions for traffic on Terminal Island and also on the MacArthur Causeway. Let's see here. So let me give you an overview here of of Terminal Island and the Coast Guard base. If you look at what you see on the screen is the property on the far right is the Coast Guard base. The property on the far left is the resident and guest terminal for Fisher Island. Those of you who have gone to Fisher Island, that's what you use. Then next to that, as you go further towards the east, is a Florida Power and Light facility. Next to that is the city's maintenance yard. And on the point is a property that had previously been approved by the city for a office development. And then next to that, abutting the little channel between the Coast Guard base, is Fisher Island's other ferry and the garage to handle cars for people who would otherwise have to use that ferry. That ferry is used for employees, construction, deliveries, other things that have to go on the island, as well as employees who work on the island. The garage is used to park people who would otherwise have to use the ferry, therefore reducing the need for queuing to get into the ferry, and also potentially reducing the need for ferry service to the island. The garage is at capacity, and the Fisher Island Community Association is seeking to increase the capacity of the garage by adding 3 levels to the garage. Currently, the garage is 43 feet in height. The zoning there, I-1 industrial zoning, allows 40 feet in height, except for commercial uses, such as the office building that was approved at 75 feet with their associated garage, and other uses. This is kind of an anomaly in the city. It's the only place where a principal use parking garage is under 50 or 75 feet in height. So that's all we're asking for, is to allow it to be the same height as other commercial uses on Terminal Island and as other principal use parking garages in the city. I want to draw your attention briefly to the way traffic circulates so you understand why this is needed for the public's benefit as well as the island's benefit. If you can see there, traffic comes in to use that the commercial employee ferry, comes in off the causeway, goes down Terminal Island Drive, and then if you look at the red line, that is a queuing line that goes all the way around the garage, through the garage, and the cars wait there to load onto the ferry. If you're parking in the parking lot, if you look at the blue arrows, that shows you where you just make a right turn and go right into the garage. This is the queuing problem that we're trying to solve. As you can see, those are cars principally backed up to get to load onto the ferry. And as you can see, sometimes that backup extends out onto the MacArthur Causeway. I'd like to take just a moment to show you this one video, if I may, which demonstrates how the parking facility and the queuing operate. This will take about 5 minutes. So you see here, those trucks on the right are waiting to load onto the ferry, the commercial ferry. And a little bit faster, thank you. And this, there we go. Go back, yeah. So you see that's how they load onto the ferry, and you see the ferry loading, and on the right you see the queuing line that goes around. If we go forward, you'll see that that line goes around the garage. Yeah, thank you. Those are large trucks which don't go through the garage. And you see this is the line that's waiting to get on the ferry. Go a little faster, possibly. As I showed you in the pictures, it extends all the way out to the entrance to Terminal Island and further out onto the MacArthur Causeway.
So those are all cars waiting to get onto the ferry?
Correct. Some may want to get into the garage, but until there's clearance in the driveway, they can't get to the garage. None of the backup is caused by the garage.
So how does an increase of the garage help with the queue for the ferry? Wouldn't that solution be to have more ferries, or?
No, well, what you'll see as we go through this is if many of those cars would not need to go on the ferry. They could turn immediately into the garage. There would be no queuing, no wait. So that's how it relieves the queuing problem.
How many additional spaces are you proposing?
Approximately 250. Now, if we can see, as we see here, this shows you the operation. One other thing that they are contemplating doing is taking the offices for the Island Association off of the island and putting them in the garage, the expanded garage, so that the employees who work on the island don't have to take the ferry to go over the island.
Well, but wouldn't that reduce the number of spaces available to workers using the garage?
Well, we're talking about the additional
Not with
3
the increase
floors.
of
A portion of that would include offices.
So you wouldn't be, the 250 would be with the
Yes,
offices?
yes,
Right, I guess what I'm saying is that the current employees who are working in the offices on the island, they're taking their cars to the island, and you would then, instead of having them take their cars to the island, they would be able to park in this building.
correct. I don't know if on the video, did want to show the operation of how, if we can go back for 1 second, what's very important to see is there is no queuing whatsoever for cars going into the garage. We can just get around to, not there. We need to, see there, that car is turning to go into the garage. It makes a left turn into the garage. Those cars are doing that. And there's no wait in the garage whatsoever. The wait is caused by queuing on the ferry. I think this demonstrates it adequately. If you have any other questions, we can show you at somewhat at greater length.
But is that because there's no spaces left in the garage? That
Correct.
they have to go, right, so that, you're saying they're not going into the garage because the garage is full?
Correct.
Got it.
Got it. So the increased garage will reduce the amount of cars that have to go on the ferry.
Correct, correct. Now, a couple of other things that I want to make you aware of as well. In our letter to you, we have support from the Coast Guard Commandant acknowledging that his letter, that this will help in terms of access to and from the Coast Guard base. They're impacted by this as well. We have also proposed, not a part of this application, but a cleaning up of that drive along Terminal Island for the benefit of us, the city, and the Coast Guard, which would allow one lane, which would be for loading the ferry, and another lane, which would be a turn lane into the garage or through to the Coast Guard base. So it's a problem that's definitely in need of a solution. This is the most important aspect of that solution. And we would obviously encourage your support again of this item. Thank you.
Okay. 4 questions. Is there anyone here in the chamber to speak on this? Anyone on Zoom?
No hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. We'll start at the end. Scott, any questions?
No, I'm in favor of it. I understand the queuing there, and you want to really get rid of that. So I don't really have an issue with it. It is a little higher than proposed, but like you said, it matches the building that's proposed to go on the tip of the island. So I don't think it's going to be anything that's going to have any negative impact on the surrounding, call them neighbors. So I don't have an issue with the project. Just one question for staff. On review criteria, and I read this and maybe I just didn't understand it. You can explain it a little bit better. On number 2, says the proposed amendment does not create an isolated district unrelated to adjacent or nearby districts. And then on 3, it basically says the amendment is limited to the I-1 district. So it seems to be, contrary. Can you explain those two items? And
So this is generally the criteria number 2 is when you're creating an overlay or a new zoning district, and if you're just going to be applying it to one or 2 lots and it's surrounded by something entirely else that's totally different. So really that criteria doesn't apply here because this is going to apply to the entire Terminal Island and all of the I-1 districts. So potentially the FPL has a transformer facility there. I don't think that's going to go anywhere, but if somehow they figured out a way to do something else with that, they could potentially have a similar type of a garage on that lot. So
Okay.
it wouldn't be just isolated for them.
Matthew?
Okay, thanks.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Kasdan, for the presentation today. I do have some questions. I'll start with, you talked about the employees of the island. Can you talk about the industries that are on that island and the number of employees for these different industries?
Well, there really aren't any industries on the island. It's a residential island. They have the facilities, the golf course, the tennis courts, the restaurants, the spa.
Are you talking about Terminal Island or Fisher Island?
Fisher Island.
Okay.
Yeah, there are no industries, but they do need to be serviced, obviously. So there are employees of all of those facilities, as well as employees of many of the island residents, as well as suppliers for provisions, you know, construction materials as things are being
Basically
fixed
tennis,
up.
golf, restaurants, right?
Tennis,
the club,
golf, restaurants,
and the marina, right.
All facilities
Right.
related to the residential and club uses.
But also construction, right?
Construction, when there's something, so it takes two forms. One would be, you know, if a unit owner is redoing a unit and they need to have some interior construction, that would be the construction. In terms of actual construction on the island, it is virtually built out. There is only one 55-unit luxury residential condominium the related group is building, and 12 single-family home sites. That's it. No more construction.
So that's 6 Fisher Island? Is that the project you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And is that located on Miami Beach or in the city limits?
Right.
Okay.
It's
Not
weird.
located.
It's for everybody else. Part of the island's Miami, part of the island's Miami.
About 17 acres, the part that is on government cut is in the city of Miami Beach.
Have there
It was-
been recent buildings that have been constructed on Fisher Island in the last, say, 10 years?
Last 10 years, probably,
Yes.
yes. Yeah.
So, and has that contributed to this increase in demand to travel on the ferries, would you say?
No, I mean, what you're looking at now, and what we showed you is current, actually, without any, I think, major construction projects underway, if I'm not mistaken. Right. And this is like the average, what we showed is like kind of like the average use of the ferry terminal.
Because my concern is that this is almost a problem of Fisher Island's own doing. They have one way on and off the island. It's Terminal Island, which is accessed only through MacArthur Causeway, the main gateway to South Beach. And my concern is that more development on Fisher Island leads to more demand for access to Terminal Island, which then could potentially impact operations on the MacArthur Causeway. And that leads me to 2 questions, which are, one, have any alternative landing sites been considered, or additional landing sites to Fisher Island that don't require Miami Beach access? And then the second one is, in the documents, you talk about shuttle services to and from the mainland. Is that something that couldn't be implemented today to help alleviate the operational deficiencies of, that you say, of the garage and of the island itself?
Okay, so 3 questions there. First of all, I need to repeat, there's virtually no more development capable on Fisher Island. It's 67 total units that can be built. So this is not an issue of more development on Fisher Island. It's built out. But there are, you know, hundreds of units there that occasionally they will be, you know, remodeled and things of that sort. People need to get on the island for that. And there are all the facilities, the tennis courts, the pool, the spa, the golf course, et cetera. So it's not, this isn't going to allow or facilitate. In fact, the Kimley Horn study shows that this absolutely doesn't generate more traffic. All we're talking about is taking traffic that would have to go on the ferry and putting it in the garage. In terms of alternative sites, years ago, there was an alternative site at the Port of Miami. But the Port of Miami, for some of the commercial loading, Port of Miami needed that site for their own uses. As you can see, the port has undergone considerable additional expansion. So there's no other alternative launching site for these functions anymore. Final question, in terms of shuttles, that reference in our, I think in the staff report, and as we've discussed, is when the garage is being added to and in reconstruction, we will obviously have to provide a shuttle service for those employees and get temporary lots as we can to be able to accommodate them. But that is not in any way a permanent solution, because any of the sites we look at may ultimately be developed. The commute is obviously it could be many miles away. The cost could be substantial. So during construction, we will do what we can, but that is certainly not a permanent solution to remote.
Thank you. Thank you. A couple of follow-up questions. Is the Fisher Island Association supportive of public transportation in the county?
I don't know, I can't speak for them with respect to that issue.
Okay. They have a lobbyist who's fought against the Baylink proposal, is that correct?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. Because, look, there has been an impact. In 2020, the whole intersection in Island is reconfigured, and I'd like to know if there is any transportation professionals here who could speak to the impact that the reconfiguration has had.
Yes.
In terms of the main line.
John McWilliams from Kimley Hornican is intimately familiar with this.
Yeah. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Matthew. Yeah, I was a part of that project.
If you don't mind, just introduce you and your affiliation.
Sure, John McWilliams with Kimley Horn Associates, offices on 2 Alhambra Plaza in Coral
Thank
Gables. I was a part of that project. That was when the garage was originally constructed. And if you recall, at that time, the only way out of either side of Terminal Island, whether you were on what we call the passenger ferry, the older ferry that's to the west, or the Coast Guard facility, or what was the surface parking lot for employees of Fisher Island, which is where the garage is today, or the Public Works Fleet Management Facility, all that traffic leaving the site would have to funnel through the Terminal Isle intersection. And as a part of our process, when we developed the garage, it was clear that there was going to have to be some way to address that egress issue. We work with FDOT, we work with the city, we work with this board, we work with the Coast Guard, and we came up with was the most amicable solution, which was to try to divert some of the egress traffic to another signalized location, which ended up being Bridge Road. So it did introduce new conflicts at Bridge Road, absolutely, no doubt about it, but Bridge Road in general, the side street from the other side of Bridge Road, from Star Island, is a low traffic generator. But it was a case of there was a bit of a trade-off to move traffic from the island. Specifically, the Coast Guard was very concerned about any additional operations on the island, and we needed to mitigate that. So that's how that improvement came about.
So my observations as someone who sometimes drives and takes transit and even now bikes across the MacArthur, those trade-offs that you were referring to have been at times, especially during peak times, pretty significant at Bridge Road. Do you have any sort of, did you collect data before and after to analyze those impacts?
No.
Okay. Because, for instance, if there's someone who's leaving Star Island at Bridge Road, might just be one vehicle, that stops the whole entire intersection while they wait for their signal, and that could potentially introduce delays that didn't exist before.
Sure, but I would argue they're likely hitting those same delays at Terminal Isle.
Okay. In terms of public transportation, is there any way, in your professional opinion, that could be leveraged to help reduce demand for parking there?
I mean, certainly you could introduce public transportation, but those transportation options are, if it's a transit vehicle, it's going to be stuck in the same congestion. I will say that what we're failing to realize is that the peak times at Terminal Isle do not necessarily coincide with the peak times of the Causeway. And they can speak to when their shift changes occur, but their shift changes occur actually earlier than the typical afternoon peak hour.
And then I think this will probably conclude my questions. The majority of, or not majority, but a lot of those vehicles that you showed in the drone footage, those were construction contractors, they were construction vehicles, workers for whether they're new construction or renovations. They would still have to drive onto the island, is that correct?
Not necessarily. I mean, if they had to bring on, if their vehicles had specific equipment that they had to bring on, yes. But if they were laborers or interior decorators or any number of others, they wouldn't have to.
So I guess I'm failing to see the need to almost double the height. I've heard some of the arguments that are made, but it doesn't seem like all alternatives have been necessarily attempted. over these last couple of years. And doubling the height is certainly a big ask. I know there's a proposed project, but that's not necessarily happening right now or may not happen ever. That's more hypothetical, I think, at this point. What you're asking for is a concrete ask to double the number of basically the height of the garage.
To increase it by 32 feet over what's currently, the current garage, the same height as is allowed for any commercial building. I would point out, this is I-1, this is an industrial zone. There is no residential on the island. There's nothing but commercial uses. The two ferry terminals, Florida Power and Light, the city's maintenance yard, and potentially an office building. So, and of course the Coast Guard, which is endorsed this
Yeah.
for
But
their
there will
own
be
access
impacts
reasons.
during construction, so their concerns of access will likely be impacted as well during the construction process.
We understand we will have to have a plan, and we will have a plan, as they did when they built the garage years ago, to handle traffic. But to not do the expansion leaves this as a problem perpetually. And there's nothing that indicates that and there's nothing, I mean, the island, as I say, is virtually completely built out. The demand you see is the demand that's there. We need to do something long-term to deal with that.
Yeah, and I understand completely. For my support, I need to see more work done to try out alternatives, whether that's finding another landing site for a ferry or embracing shuttles from whether it's Miami or Miami Beach, and trying those out with a clear pilot program, statistical methodology to evaluate its success. And if it's successful, then great. We don't have to increase the height of the garage.
Well,
And if not, we come back.
As I've explained, there is no other alternative landing site for the ferry. The only other one was the Port of Miami. The Port of Miami has committed themselves. They're building the new MSC terminal, the NCL terminal, their cargo operations. It's the only other place you could go potentially is somewhere far up the Miami River, which would be, it'd take an hour or more to get from there to the island. It just doesn't work. And it's not even clear that there's any place up the Miami River where you can do that. There's no other place for a ferry landing for this.
All right, let's.
That's where I am.
Let's
But
move
thank
on.
you.
Jonathan, anything?
No, I mean, I'm in agreement I think clearly from the videos that there's a need for more parking. I am concerned that when you do get the addition, first of all, I guess the matter that Rogelio mentioned about the construction and what are you gonna do when you take away at least the bottom floor, perhaps, the whole garage, I guess, maybe speak to do you have a plan for maintaining sufficient parking? Is that when you were gonna rent space in downtown?
Yes, I mean, we will have to and will, and obviously as a condition of any approval, we will need to have a plan in place to have parking and some interim shuttle service for those people.
Okay.
We need it for ourselves.
And I guess to Matthew's point, I mean, looking at the videos, it is a lot of trucks that are, air conditioning truck or a glass truck, carrying big sheets of glass, and, those aren't workers who are gonna leave their van, in the garage. They need it on the island, and there was an 18-wheeler even. And so obviously I'm in favor of it. I mean, I'm gonna vote in favor of it, but I guess I have a concern that even once you do have the additional parking, you're still gonna have this issue of, congestion regardless.
Oh, if you look at even the images that we included in our letter of intent, you'll see most of the vehicles are not construction vehicles, they're cars. That said, of course, there will be some that absolutely must use the ferry landing because of the equipment that they're bringing on and such. So, yeah, for sure, that's going to always need to be continued to be used, but a substantial percentage are cars that don't need to go on there.
Question for staff, although, Mr. Mayor, you might know the answer. How does it make, I guess, sense that all the operational burden for Fisher Island takes place on Miami Beach, yet, I guess, at least half of it, or I guess the tax base is allocated towards the city of Miami. Is there any type of breakdown of that?
Well,
It's
roughly.
nothing to do with this application, but.
No,
just
I know.
curious
Roughly
generally.
17 acres, I think, of Fisher Island is in the city of Miami Beach, and
I don't know
roughly
How many acres?
200 or so is in unincorporated Miami-Dade County.
Okay. So I guess, just in terms of the tax base going to.
Well, I will say this, the portion that's in the city of Miami Beach is an enormous tax generator. That's all those buildings along Government Cut. They're literally, really, the city provides virtually no services whatsoever to that. So it already, and candidly, it already is a big contributor to the city's tax base without any.
But there's never been any talk about having the rest of it come on over to Miami Beach.
Many, many years ago, there was some talk about that. And, but I haven't heard any talk of that for years.
Got it.
I think like one of you mayors would send in the military and kind of take over the rest of the island, right? Something like that.
And then,
I think when I was in office, I may have talked about annexing it, but
I'm
among
just curious, whose fire department services the island?
Metro-Dade County,
And
Miami-Dade
police?
County, right?
Yeah, okay.
And two more questions. So number one, is there a fee for using the parking spots there? I guess, how does that work?
I don't
Is
think
it
there's any fee for using them.
So no fee
No,
for
not-
usage,
not-
and it's not open to the public?
Correct. Not open to the public, only for employees and workers.
Understood. And then third question, what's the current status of the office project that's there?
As far as I haven't heard from them since it was approved by
Right,
the
it's
planning
still-
board,
still
so
pending.
it's still pending.
It's pending.
Understood, okay.
It's,
And they,
their
meaning they
approvals, I
haven't
think,
reached
are
out, they're
still
not in
active.
favor, or either way, they have no.
No, they're aware of our
Is that still a
application.
related project?
No, it was
It's not
sold,
Okay.
So they're aware, but they're neither in favor or opposed.
as far as we know.
Great.
Okay. I have nothing. Elizabeth?
I requested a 15-minute presentation on this because I don't know much about Terminal Island, other than there was an approved, I think it was a condo building at the tip. But I don't have any issues with it. I know that the
Well,
Coast
that's
Guard,
not- the no more condo building there.
well, it was going to be at the, an office building, I'm
Correct.
sorry,
I
I'm
wanted
sorry.
to make sure, because there's no residential.
Right,
They were
it's a-
originally
it's a-
going to do a condo. and
That's,
it
that was a
didn't
long
pass.
time ago.
Yeah, yeah.
But I was concerned about the Coast Guard. I wanted to know that sanitation from Miami Beach was okay with all of this, and I was satisfied with those answers, so I have
Okay.
no other questions.
All right, someone want to make a motion?
Make a motion.
Mr. Chair, also disclosures in terms of ex parte communications on this.
Oh, do we need, let's see.
I don't know that they're required. I mean,
I was
this
gonna
is
say, I didn't think they were
This is a
required.
legislative
Yeah.
item, so I don't think
It's
they're required.
legislative.
Take that back.
Yeah.
But now we're curious.
Yeah, please share. What do you know that we don't?
No, but
motion.
with due respect to Matthew, your comments, and I appreciate it. I've lived this. I spent a lot of time at Fisher, and I don't know that there are really alternatives. I think this is really necessary. So, but really appreciate, as always, your comments. So with that, someone want to move it?
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call.
Favorable.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Cement to transmit with a favorable recommendation, second by Ms. Latone. And roll call, Ms. Beatty is absent. Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Goltanoff?
No.
Ms. Latone? Yes. Mr. Needleman? Yes. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do one more before we break for lunch. New applications, Planning Board filed PB 230624-1901 Alton Road, a Whole Foods proposed, and it's on page 101.
This application is requesting a conditional use permit for a neighborhood impact structure for the construction of a commercial development over 50,000 square feet.
Okay, so this is a project located, as Alejandro said, at 1901 Alton Road. A similar proposal was actually approved on this site back in May of 2015 for a Whole Foods together with a bank. And so this is a new proposal, has a similar layout. It's a very unique block. It's a triangular shaped block. It's located on the western half of the block. On the eastern half of this block, there are residential apartments, a lot of which are the dormitories for the New World Symphony. And so the uses on the block are part of where our recommendations come from. The proposal here is for a 3,900, approximately 3,900 square foot financial institution. That's the Wells Fargo that's there today. They will be relocating into a portion of this site and of a new building. There's a 34,953 square foot retail grocery store. That's the Whole Foods. The Whole Foods will have a 60-seat cafe in the mezzanine area of the grocery store, and then they will have 271 enclosed parking spaces, and that is significantly more than what the parking requirements require. The parking is located on level 2. They'll have 78 spaces, level 3, 90 spaces, and level 4, which is the rooftop, will have 103 spaces. The egress into the parking is via 19th Street, and the applicant is proposing to have one driveway in and two driveways out. Staff does have concerns with the orientation of those parking exits. Staff feels that it can be accommodated with one driveway in and one driveway out. This is the way many of the grocery stores which have parking garages in the city operate, including several that are in the Sunset Harbor neighborhood. However, we have had discussions with the applicant. They feel that it's crucial for them to have the two exit driveways as they would like to have some sort of a barrier or gate arm system to potentially have tickets for people who go into the garage. And so as a result, the applicant feels that it's necessary for them to have two exit driveways. As a result of that, staff feels that it is necessary to include a provision that gate arms be required in order to slow down the traffic as they exit that driveway, because we expect that there will be a lot of people walking to this site from the residential uses that are nearby, as well as from the single-family residential areas just east of the golf course. We think several people will be walking there. And also is the main pedestrian route to get to Sunset Harbor for a lot of pedestrians. Staff has concerns with just the general layout of 19th Street. You have the three driveways. There's two loading docks and then two bays for trash compactors. The trash compactors will have to be wheeled out onto the street and then picked up. And so you have a significant stretch of driveways without a pedestrian refuge, and that could potentially create some dangerous conflicts for pedestrians. So staff has had discussions with the applicant, and they're going to be proposing some revisions now that we do feel will improve the situation. In terms of hours for loading, staff is recommending alternative hours for loading. We do recommend that on weekends and national holidays that loading not occur before 9:30 a.m. given the proximity to residential uses. The applicant is proposing deliveries from 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. during the week. Staff has recommended that collections not take place during off-peak hours, during peak hours to minimize impacts, traffic impacts during rush hours, particularly morning rush hour. I know that we have received some emails from residents with potential conditions, especially from the adjacent residential uses. Staff is okay with those conditions regarding buffers on the west side of the property. And with that, staff recommends that the planning board approve the conditional use permit subject to the conditions in the draft order.
But wait, Rogelio, the proposed revision conditions you've seen that they just handed out?
From these, yeah, regarding the,
Just it's a revised proposed condition 9. Have you seen that?
oh, this one is the one that he handed to me.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
gave you guys this morning.
All right, so just take a look at it while Graham speaks, and maybe we'll get your comments on it. Graham, go ahead.
Morning, everyone.
Sorry.
Go.
Rogelio?
We are okay with the condition on the trash compactors. We still do have concerns with the deliveries, particularly during the peak hours and trucks coming in at rush hour and having to maneuver while cars can potentially be moving in
So
and
which one are you talking about? Which?
That's condition I.
So you want it to be what?
We, in the staff report, we have included a condition to limit loading from 6 a.m. to 7:30 a.m., and then again at 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m., and then again 6:30 a.m. to midnight on weekdays.
Okay, so just
That's to
You
keep
wanna-
the
you wanna
trucks
just
off
keep
of the road
H.
during peak hours.
you want to keep H.
Yeah, and this is something we've been consistent with all CUPs that have come before the board. We want to try to keep loading out of the peak hours to not impact our rush hours.
And why do you pick 6:30 PM instead of 7:30 PM?
Traffic seems to slow down after 6:30 normally a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit, so that, we felt that was a good time to pick up again.
A lot of the Whole Foods and other grocery stores that I'm familiar with, we've seen them limited to trash pickups and deliveries, limited to operating hours. Because especially when you're in a residential neighborhood, you've got, who knows, I mean, I don't want to hear all that mess at 6:30 in the morning. Is there a possibility that we could move those to operating hours if that's a,
All right, well,
anyway, I was,
no,
staff.
Keep that thought. Let him present, and then we'll get into all those nuances after.
Unfortunately, Ms. Latona, I'm sure we'll spend hours talking about those hours. But Graham Penn, Burke Howard, Del Fernandez, Larkin Tapanis, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, representing ARRP Miami 3 LLC and Wells Fargo, the applicant and the owner, respectively. I'm going to introduce our team, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about the first condition referenced by
Wait,
Mr.
Graham, just so I understand, so the owner of the Wells Fargo, the property is all owned by one person?
Wells Fargo Bank owns it currently.
They own the property?
Yes.
I'm just curious, because last time it was Russell that made this application. That's changed?
No, I mean, the ARP entity is the Galvin entity.
Oh, okay.
So, but the Wells Fargo is the property owner.
Got it,
So
okay.
and Marissa Galbert is here to, as part of our team. So our team this morning, the aforementioned Marissa Galbert, Brian Maloney, our Vice President of Real Estate from Whole Foods, who will talk about the operational issues that have already been discussed. Architect Jennifer McConney, our landscape architect Justine Velez, our traffic engineer Joaquin Vargas, and last but not least, my colleague Emily Balter. For a bit of throat clearing, you all received an email from Mr. Kasdan taking up more of your time this morning about a proposed condition. I just want to read it into the record. We've agreed to the proposed condition offered by the New World Symphony. And I know the representatives are here, and Mr. Phillips and his colleague are here. So let me read it for the record. This would be a new condition. This is related to the facade that is adjacent to them, right? They border us on the east and the north. So the upper, and you'll see, you know what? To make it easier, let me just show. You can see there's our property. So the New World Housing is on our north side and our east side, right? They're the rest of the triangle. So in order to protect the interaction of our building with their property, we've agreed to replace what we had on the plan that's in your packages. Is there's a portion of the garage structure that has solid CBS stucco wall on it. We've agreed to a condition that would remove as much of that as possible. So this is what it would read. The wire mesh design elements on levels 2 through 4 shall be extended to the maximum permitted by the Florida Building Code along the north and eastern elevations of the building in a manner to be reviewed and approved by planning staff after consultation with the New World Symphony, parenthetical, adjacent owner. Any remaining stucco sections shall be evenly distributed along the north and eastern elevations. The mesh screening shall be consistent with the building's mesh design, however, at a greater density to avoid headlights from the parking garage impacting the adjacent parcels to the east and north. So we've agreed to that condition, and we would ask that any motion in favor of the project included. So with that out of the way.
That's the condition I was referring to
Yes.
previously.
And that is in your email if you want to read it, because
So
everyone
that'll
got-
be condition, what, I just want to take notes. What number would that be? Added to the end?
As a
Okay.
standalone condition.
Great. Okay, so to the actual presentation part. We are excited to bring this application
So
for
24.
a signature new Whole Foods store designed to serve the entire city, as well as a new Wells Fargo replacement bank on this site. Here's our orientation. Again, you can see where the property is located. It's a triangle site bordered by Alton Road on the west, 19th Street on the south. Here's your existing conditions. The property is built, it developed with a bank that's been there since the mid-'80s. Typical suburban design, as you'll note from being there. Drive-throughs dominate on 19th Street. Again, it's something you could see anywhere in South Florida. Property, before I forget, property is 1.27 acres. This project, very similar version of this building, was approved by this board back in 2015, as staff indicated. And a big part of that approval was the design, and you'll see the design hasn't changed in any marked fashion you'll note. We worked very hard with Sunset 3 and 4 because they raised concerns about the design at the beginning of the project. So that's why it has this really innovative design of the building that includes that integration. Where am I echoing in the back there? The integration of the plantings within the garage levels. So, quick overview. 2 tenants, Whole Foods and Wells Fargo. 3 stories, a building with a rooftop parking. All vehicular access will be on 19th Street and off of Alton. Our FAR is just over 50,000. And we're providing more than required parking. That parking will include significant amount of parking that is designated for our employees, so they will have plenty of parking spaces in the building, which of course, if anyone has gone recently or at any time to the Whole Foods down on 10th, it's a significant difference in the amount of parking. We are providing, we're really, and Mr. Maloney will speak to it, this is, reason for this design is because this is going to be basically a regional store. Okay, operations. This is relevant to the conditions we discussed. I'm not going to belabor the compactor change that we're requesting because staff is agreeing to it, but basically instead of having any kind of dumpsters, these are self-contained compactors that are loaded from within the building. So you have an air-conditioned space, there's a hole in the wall, you put your stuff in it. They are removed by truck and actually trucked off in their entirety, dumped off at the dump and brought back as one unit, and they're slid right back where they are. So that's why we've requested that change to the condition related to the air conditioning. It should not be required where the compactors are because they're basically linked to the building and enclosed. You can see the loading spaces there to the east, and as Rogelio noted, we've been working with the administration on changes to the design that will limit that area as much as we can, and you'll see that in the revised set when Jennifer comes up. Both of these areas will be fully enclosed with roll-down doors, and we have agreed, and this is a condition in your order, that there'll be a dock master present during any loading and/or trash activity. Briefly, on the operations, hours of operation, proposing Whole Foods will have typical grocery store hours, 8 to 11 every day. And Wells Fargo will have typical bank hours, 9 to 6, Monday through Friday. We are proposing that the delivery window be 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. with the dock master. That's the point of difference we have with the administration at this point. Trash, the trash, because of its unique nature, will incur no more than 2 times a week, only Monday through Friday, and we have those. We've agreed that we don't have an issue with those slots that staff has suggested to take us out of prime time, and of course the property will have a security system. So with that, let me turn it over to Jennifer. She'll take you through the design. Mr. Chairman, I think we're going to need probably an additional 10 minutes, given our initial back and forth, to go through the whole project.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer McConney with Studio MCG Architecture. So this is the view from Alton and 19th. Right now, as Graham was saying, there's an existing Wells Fargo on the site, definitely a suburban plan. With this new plan, we'll have a bank and a supermarket that creates more of a street and pedestrian experience instead of just having a suburban kind of out parcel in a parking lot. This is a view from Alton Road. We have Wells Fargo on the left and the Whole Foods on the right. That takes up the entire street facade along Alton Road. So that's a completely active use on Alton. There's bike racks, street trees, entryways along Alton Road. And that turns the corner right here to 19th Street. And on 19th Street, what Urban Robot has done is create this kind of beautiful bioswale in the front, which is like a plaza on city property. But that mitigates a little bit of our long fronted standards that we're require a waiver for in DRB. But it's going to be a beautiful space. It also helps with water retention in that area. And the pedestrian experience does turn the corner and goes down 19th Street. Every one of these buildings has a rear, and there's no alley. So there is a portion of the facade that does need service. And I think we've tried to mitigate that as much as possible. And we've even worked with staff to reduce from the plans that you currently have. We've reduced the amount of service area along 19th about 27 feet. So on this plan, you'll see right as the building starts to turn, we had all of our service, and I'll show you a little bit later on in the presentation what we removed from there. So on 19th, we have our FP&L vault and only the necessary items that we need on the street. The rest we put upstairs in a mezzanine or up in the parking garages to try to get rid of that mechanical space as much as possible. But FP&L requires street presence, and there was no way around it. And you can't load on Alton because you're at an intersection with Alton and 20th Street. So the loading and the parking entry is pretty much where it needs to be. Here we have, this is our mezzanine. It's a very small section that turns the corner on Alton and 19th. So we have some active uses also at that second level. Then we have levels 2 through 4, which is basically parking. So in this scenario, you'll be able to take your cart, go downstairs and shop, and then come back up with your cart to your parking space. And on the roof, we've located the team member parking and the employee parking and the bank parking as well. So this is the section through the building. You have a very tall space of Whole Foods, which is also meeting the flood criteria where you're able to raise the floor in the future if the streets are raised. And at the second level, what our screening for our parking is actually this really beautiful, 8 feet deep planter that goes all the way around the building. So instead of just putting, a bunch of louvers, this was originally designed by Oppenheim on the facade. I think he did a great job at just, doing a really interesting and unique version of the facade, which has a metal mesh and then planted trees all the way around at the second level, screening the parking. So this is the updated site plan, which is what we're looking at getting improved. And you'll see here, there's an additional 27 feet just next to that staircase where we turned the vault. We made everything kind of perpendicular to the street, and we were able to kind of slide everything over as much as we can. And then we also work with staff on 19th Street and creating a little bit more pedestrian experience on the facade. So we had more blank walls at the mezzanine level, and we created a louver system and more glass at that level. There was some comments on the bike parking, so we took some of the of the bicycle parking and put it on the second level in lockers. So I'm sure there will be a lot of employees here taking their bike. So we added, we have, I think, 5 parking spaces downstairs along Alton, and then on the second floor, you can see, I wish I had a pointer, just next to the ramp, there's some squares where we added about 20 right there, 20 bike lockers, so they're out of the way. And again, we have large elevators, so those bikes do go in the elevator. They won't have to ride the ramp up.
Let's ID where the parking is.
Oh, okay. And then we're calling out the team member parking, employee parking at the roof level.
The clicker does it? Oh, that's exciting. We'll figure that out one day. Thank you, Jennifer. So let me turn it over briefly to Justine to take you through the landscaping, especially focusing on that corner and really doing a very interesting natural treatment of that corner that right now is basically sod. Justine?
Hi, everyone. Justine Velez with Urban Robot Associates. Pleased to be here today. So although one of the showcases of the project is definitely the facade designed by Oppenheim, and we do have a very interesting plant palette proposed for that interactive facade, we're particularly excited about the southwestern corner of the property, where we've decided to turn what's been called a relatively suburban, kind of unproductive landscape into a much more productive community benefit. Our intention with the space is to introduce a wide variety of plantings that are all native. They will be creating a biohabitat that we would say is a representation of the very, very beautiful cypress tree habitat here native to Florida. So we're complementing that with a series of understory plantings that are shrubs and grasses that are, many of them are pollinator plants. So in addition to providing the usual benefits of a green space, such as shade, beauty, the amelioration of heat island effect, we're also doing stormwater catchment. And in addition, we are providing hopefully an opportunity for people to learn a little bit more about the native habitats of Florida and the importance of green infrastructure. We've also worked carefully with the New World Symphony and their landscape architect to make sure that the planting buffer along the east and the north are complementary to both properties, providing the protection, the sort of visual buffer that everyone wants between the two different properties, and incorporates a lot of native plants in that area as well. If people have more questions about the detailed planting, I'd be certainly happy to get into that. This is our hardscape plan. We're showing compliance with the resiliency code in terms of the suspended pavement under the sidewalks to ensure the longevity of the trees. And thank you very much.
That slide is a little bit of a lie. I'd like to ask Mr. Maloney from Whole Foods to come up and talk a little bit about why the operational needs for the store drove a lot of the design decisions that you've seen today, which are going to be relevant to the conditions we're going to talk about. Brian?
Thank you.
Name and address.
Yep, I'm Brian Maloney. I'm a VP of Real Estate with Whole Foods Market. I'm based out of Austin, Texas, but I used to live in Mimo. Spent a lot of time on Miami Beach. It's good to be here. As you all know, Whole Foods for a long time has had a store at 10th and West Ave, very small store. It was actually a Wild Oats that Whole Foods acquired. And it does a great job of servicing West Ave and the density in that neighborhood. And that store gets a lot of walk up, bicycle up traffic and trades, in some ways kind of like a convenience stop, for local residents. What we want to do in this location is really totally different. It's a Whole Foods Market, built by Whole Foods Market, flagship location to service the entire city of Miami Beach. As such, it really needs to trade to the whole island. This location works for us because of its accessibility to the rest of the island. And as that relates to, I think that relates to parking needs, and it relates to kind of throughput needs for customers and for receiving product as well. We are very different than other grocers. Our average volume is higher than the other grocers that exist on Miami Beach. And our level of service is much higher. It's a lot more labor intensive what we do. We have a large prepared foods, seafood, meat, things that are really high touch. So we just have a lot more team members and just a lot more volume, and it's coming from a larger distance if we do it right. In this particular location, that's really what we need to be successful is to trade to the broader market.
Is the plan to keep both stores open?
Yes. And what we envision is from a traffic and pedestrian perspective that the 10th Street store will have less vehicular traffic because people from, Mid-Beach who come down there now won't have to do that. And it'll take some pressure off of that store and kind of improve the experience there. And then obviously us coming to this location will create some pedestrian activity that, just happens when a grocery store lands in an urban place and changes foot patterns.
Are you gonna keep that a Whole Foods or a 365?
Whole Foods.
Are you the one who can talk about delivery scheduling and stuff like that? I guess I'm curious, I know staff had proposed delivery and trash pickups at certain points, helping reduce the rush hour, high intensity times. And you're asking for deliveries from 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. So can you give us some explanation about that?
Sure. It's not what I do every day, but I know a good bit about it. And I was just talking to our head of operations for the Southeast before walking in here. The trash, I think we were fine with the trash hours. And again, even trash and receiving, you're talking about very few total trips. And generally at off-peak hours for the same reasons. For the same reasons that we wouldn't want to be, have our trucks stuck in traffic as well. Receiving, it goes back to this same thing about throughput. I mean, this in order to be successful, it's really a not to get into any economics, but it's really expensive proposition to build a standalone with structured parking grocery store in a place like Miami Beach. And so for it to be successful, we have to do a really large volume. And that just requires a lot of capacity to actually put the product on the floor, and as it gets sold, replace the product. I think we think on average 2 to 3 trucks, big trucks a day. They're coming primarily out of our Pompano distribution center, but it's just a lot of kind of like air traffic control kind of thing to time the trucks and unload them and get the product that's already in the back of house onto the floor. So it's just something with there's just a big tension there between the kind of volume you need to do and the constraints of being in an urban environment.
Can you talk about the current store at 10th Street? Do you own the property?
No, we lease it. We lease almost all of our assets.
And how long is on your current lease remaining?
Good question, but I off the top of my head, about 15 years, including options.
Okay, because that's some of the concerns I've heard is that you say you'll keep the store open that serves the dense walkable neighborhoods of South Beach, but people are concerned that once the store is up and running, you'll close it.
I mean, I can say that how we underwrote it, presented it to our executive team, and has always been to operate both. I go back to, that store serves a really good purpose, even with the other store open. One is like you go on Saturday or Sunday and you're in there for an hour and it's a nice experience, and that's the new one. And you hopefully have a big basket. And then the other one is you know, whatever the mode of transportation is, like scooter, bike, walk, and you're grabbing, you know, you're in there for 15, 20 minutes.
You don't
Okay,
want to hear,
hold
but
on.
it's like the
Guys,
public's.
I'm going to do something real quick. I'd rather get to the public hearing, and then we can engage, but I'm also going to take a 3-minute break. This is important, and I need to make a call, but I want to hear all this. So I'm going to take a 3-minute restroom break for anyone that needs it. Then we're going to go to the public hearing, and then we'll engage as a board. Okay, sorry? No, not in the middle, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, welcome back. And what I wanted to do at this point was open this item up for public comment. And then once the public comment is closed, then the board will re-engage with the applicant. So is there anyone in chambers to speak on this item?
And Mr. Chairman, before we hear from
Sorry.
the public, do any board members have
Oh,
any
let's
ex parte
start.
communications to disclose?
Any disclosures? Starting down at the end, Scott? Put on your mic, there you go.
I'd have to look, but I believe I was sent an email on this, but I didn't respond to the email.
And for purposes of so any written communications that board members receive, you forward to staff. But what I'm asking for now is, did you have any ex parte communications otherwise?
No.
Okay.
Yes, I did meet with the applicant and their team.
No, it was the same email.
Same email and I shop at Whole Foods.
Same email.
Thank you.
I don't think I got the email. What was it about? Is that,
For emails from Nissan Kasdan regarding conditions for the related to the adjacent property.
okay, I did receive that email as well.
And just got one from Jane Krupp.
Just make sure anyone that sends email, you have all the proper emails for the planning board members, so, okay.
It came this morning, so maybe, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, people from Planning Board. Great to see you all. Sarah De Los Reyes, Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association President. We love the project. I think it's a very great project for us. I think it will be a great asset to Sunset Harbor because we have Whole Foods, we have Fresh Market, we have Trader Joe's, and we have Publix. I think we have every single vendor out there that can actually be around in a walking distance for us. The only thing I have some questions, since in regards to the rooftop of the parking space, or the parking, it's open on the top, I'm assuming, and there's gonna be lighting up there. I'm assuming this. And I know that sometimes lighting can reflect a very big glow into the adjacent, especially Palau, especially on the top. The Miami, our parking lot that faces Sunset Harbor, we had a deal with the parking lot that some lightings, all the lightings will be face down with a lower wattage on the top. And so this way the reflection doesn't reflect into the adjacent, apartments that are across. That's the only thing that, we worry about. I know it's covered with mesh inside and it's gonna be trees, but the poles that are outside, they should always be facing down. And Celia lives in the Palau, so she can talk about it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. I am Celia Gruss. I live at the Palau, 1201 20th Street, across from this new construction. And I was sitting on my balcony when I first learned about this Whole Foods, and I just thought about how everything would change with this building being lit, and lit in an important way. I'm concerned about the parking on the top roof being lit all night long with strong lights, and as opposed to having calm tree evening, this will obstruct my view. As well as all the other apartments facing east. So that's a concern I have. And then regarding the landscaping, I found Justine's project to be quite beautiful. I would just like to mention and put it on the record, there are the most glorious bougainvillea all along the north side of that parking lot, right on the edge, and it's really there as a buffer. And when I saw Justine's drawings, there's to be trees and plants put there, I asked her kindly to see how she could integrate what's already there, These bougainvilleas take years to grow, and if you all have a chance today to go look, please do. It's absolutely beautiful. So why not integrate what we already have with her ideas of plants there? Thank you very much.
Oh, one more. The 19th Street, it was a great idea for you guys to have the 19th Street delivery, because 19th Street is not really used, like, it's not overwhelmed with cars. Either people get out of the Publix and they go there to get to Alton, or they get out of Walgreens, but it's not overused a lot. So I think it's great that the garbage room and delivery will be on that side. And I know that when they come in the morning, they would have to go to the golf course and go around. So that leaves Alton Road, at least early in the morning before they leave the premise, that they won't take Alton Road. So I think that's a great idea. I think it's very good. We love the project. I think it looks beautiful. Can't wait to get it done.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Neeson Kasdan. I'm a trustee and past chair of the board of the New World Symphony. David Phillips, our longtime CFO, is here as well. In fact, I was chair of the board when we purchased the Alton Point property, made it into the housing for the fellows. I think most of you are aware that the New World Symphony is the preeminent institution in the world for fellowships for postgraduate music students. We get the best and brightest from around the world, and then they go off into major symphonies, orchestras, ensembles, and spread the gospel of modern orchestral music and the city of Miami Beach. I do want to thank Graham Penn for reading into the record the condition. I also want to thank Marissa Galbin and her team for working with us. We're going to be neighbors for a long time. I have a feeling that the fellows and the visiting faculty that stay at Alton Point will be the best customers of Whole Foods, because I don't think too many of them cook. So we're in support of this project, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers? Anyone on Zoom?
There was a minute ago, but nope, the hand seems to have gone down.
Okay.
I don't know if we had, Bruce is still there. Bruce Bachman had his hand raised. I'm not sure if it went down.
Bruce? Bruce, you there?
Hi, how are you doing?
Hi, Bruce. Let me swear you in first. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Just so you know, I'm back on the board of the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association, chosen by our condo board here at the South Tower, and I canvassed all the members, and they were all supportive of the project. They were concerned to make sure the exit not on Alton Road, which of course you have addressed, they're on 19th Street. And then my own concern was whether the other Whole Foods would stay open, because that does help dilute traffic, and you said it did. So I think we're happy in our South Tower here. So thank you.
Anyone else on Zoom? Okay, we'll close the hearing, and Graham and your team can come up and address questions from the board. I guess just to do it orderly, we'll start with you, Scott.
Yeah, I'm generally in favor of the project. Just a question. I understand that obviously all the back of house is on 19th Street. It's probably it is the best location there, and I do agree with everything staff put into place to mitigate some of the issues there. I know you mentioned, staff mentioned that, it's probably going to be used a lot more 19th Street, but for people going to Sunset Harbor, but really there's no crosswalk on 19th Street. I would assume, to get over Alton Road, I would assume maybe half the residents in the apartments to the east would probably walk toward Alton Road and then down to 20th Street to cross. So I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue with pedestrians there. But I do agree with everything that you are asking for the applicant to mitigate those back of house issues. And as far as the deliveries, I'm inclined to agree with staff on the timing or on the times that they're allowed. I mean, all they're doing is, from what I can see, is basically taking out about 4.5 hours out of the day that deliveries can be made. And You said you've been doing that for a while for CUPs. How long?
2 or 3 years, we've been including conditions to minimize that.
Have you gotten any feedback from other CUP holders that there's issues with that?
Nobody at the time that these CUPs have been approved, nobody has really objected for the most part. And when we've heard from applicants, I haven't heard too many issues either. Most of them are not grocery stores, so they're not getting the volume that a grocery store would get. You know, a restaurant might get 1 delivery a day versus a grocery store, I'm sure will get several more.
Yeah, like I said, I'm inclined to approve the application with all the city's conditions. You know, if there's an issue down the line with deliveries, you can always come back here and ask. And, you know, if there aren't any problems or anything like that, or we don't have any complaints, which I wouldn't anticipate we would, we can always modify it then. But I'm in favor of the project with the city conditions.
Matthew?
I do want to thank the applicants for their presentation and also Urban Robot. I'm a big fan of some of your proposals for First Street and 6th and Alton, and now here as well. I guess I don't really want to sugarcoat this. Traffic is probably the biggest issue in this city. If you go to any commission meeting, that's probably the #1 topic that you hear. And I have concerns when I hear things like this is a regional store and it's going to drive in, no pun intended, it's going to drive in traffic from all of Miami Beach to come here. So I want to learn more about the analysis that you did to determine the the amount of parking. For instance, you talked about the large supply of parking, and I just looked here from the zoning sheet. 163 spaces are required, and you're planning to provide 271. So that's a significant increase. Then if you look at the square footage of the building, it's roughly 50,000 square feet occupied, and then 150,000 square feet parking. If you take out the roof, it's still 50,000 versus 150,000. I mean, the percentages of what we're allocating, for a commercial activity, for people activity versus the parking is kind of troublesome. The AM, I'm not worried about traffic. We don't really have like an AM peak on Miami Beach. The PM, I have a lot of questions. I highlighted from the traffic study here, and perhaps your traffic consultant could come up. It says right now that PM peak 140 trips per day from the current drive-through bank. I mean, are there really over 1 car per minute going to that facility during the peak? Because that drives down what the net impact is of this establishment. And I think staff had concerns as well about the potential for afternoon. I mean, afternoon peak is the worst on Miami Beach, and it's the worst there. Alton Road backs up all the way down to Michigan, and Venetian Causeway's back up, all the roads back up. So if you're driving in traffic from all around the city, it's going to make things worse. And we hear a lot about noise here, but traffic is something else that we do have control over. So if they can speak about what the real impacts could be to the transportation network during the PM, and not. I mean, I've heard some people say that these traffic studies are even pseudoscience. And I would be inclined to agree if we're saying 140 PM hour trips currently. So that's one question. I do share the concerns from staff about 19th Street. I disagree with my colleague here. Anyone coming from the east to this, whether they're coming from the Bayshore neighborhood, whether they're coming from Palmview or walking or biking, from any of the other neighborhoods to the east, again, they don't have grocery stores, so they always have to go west. They're going to go on 19th Street, and whether it's the amount of entrances and exits to the parking garage, I don't know if anyone's aware of how many lanes there are for the other similar type of supermarkets, like, for instance, Publix or Trader Joe's or Fresh Market. So I just want to see where we are in terms of those. Do they have one entrance and one exit? You know, whatever we can do to minimize it, because right now, what's proposed is a narrower sidewalk, in my opinion. It's 5 feet, the building is right up to the property line, and this might be some of those, are these those long frontage standards that they were referencing earlier?
This would be a short frontage standard, but
Short
but in
frontage.
terms of the width requirements, it's the same.
Which is how many feet?
There should be a 10-foot clear pedestrian path.
And what is proposed here?
They would be building to the property line, so they would be seeking a waiver of that requirement from the Design Review Board.
Okay, so, I mean, so the concern there is, you know, not only is it really extended curb cuts and service and parking garage entryways, the narrowing of the sidewalk. I mean, certainly, I'm gonna be a customer of the store if it's built. My friends and my family and my neighbors are gonna be customers. I think we all want to see it be built. But the question is, could it be better? You know, could there be another alternate program for this location? Would 2 stories perhaps alleviate some of these concerns that staff have, and potentially some of my colleagues also may share? So there were a bunch of
Okay.
questions there, and I'm sorry.
So, not much at all there, Matthew. It's true. So, okay, so why don't we start first? Well, I think what I'm hearing from you, and maybe I'm not hearing it correctly, is that I think I want Brian to, again, discuss the business rationale for what the building is, and as well as our take on what it means overall for traffic. Again, when you think about all the traffic we see on the 10th Street store, right? All the people that are trying to get to 10th Street from other portions of the city aren't going to go there anymore, right? If I'm driving down from Mid Beach, and 10th is my only choice, I'm gonna go down there. I'm gonna circle the block looking for parking. I'm gonna be creating a traffic issue for South Beach that this store will negate. But I didn't want to steal Brian's thunder on that, so I'll let him take over.
Okay. One note about Whole Foods, to go back to kind of contrasting us as an operation, even versus the kind of the urban format Targets and Publix and other grocers and whatnot. Saturday and Sunday are actually our busiest days, and especially a store like this where, again, I speak for myself. I go to Whole Foods on a Saturday or Sunday because I actually enjoy going there, versus it being a commodity experience that I might do online or just want to get in and out as fast as possible. So as such, and we do trade from a bigger area. There's about 5 Publixes that service the Miami Beach customer, and we kind of have half a Whole Foods. This Whole Foods would have 2.5 times the selling area that the 10th Street one has. And so just the dispersion of trips will be, maybe different than other grocers. Back to speak to parking and maybe to the lanes. Again, the volume, the amount of customers, and also the amount of labor. Like we have a lot more team members than a traditional grocer would have because of there's a high service, lots of prepared foods. That mezzanine balcony will all be like a really nice community cafe kind of out on the rounded corner of Alton and 19th. And so we just have a lot of team members. We evaluated, when we make these decisions, especially this is a big decision for Whole Foods, we evaluated could we live with just 2 levels, because it would, structured parking is super expensive, and ultimately, could we live without it? And while on a very, average day, average time, the roof level would be primarily team members. In theory, customers could go on those first 2 levels, because it's like, I don't have the exact numbers, but there's maybe 75 on the first parking level, 90-ish on the second parking level, and then the third parking level is actually has much more. So we just could not do the volume we need to do, we felt, without that space, because while usually the first 2 levels would be enough, we still would be putting a lot of team members on the third level, and then when you get to those busier times, it would be customers also on the third level.
About the team members.
Yeah.
Where do you know where the current employees of the 10th Street store, where they generally live, how they commute to the store?
Yeah, that's a good question. That was something I was all about, not building the extra level when we were going through this analysis, like trying to figure out how to do that. Again, it goes back, for me, it was our own self-interest in terms of making a good business decision. But I talked to the local head of operations who's opened the first Whole Foods in South Florida and knows it all really well. I was surprised that there's a lot of team members that are coming off island, that are coming in a car. And so, because we in that sense, we would have had to use a variety of other ways to handle team members, public transit and other uses, and maybe parking, several blocks away. So we have a lot of team members that are coming from not just the kind of surrounding area.
And you know that they're driving, not, for example, taking public transportation.
Yeah, I believe that they're driving, and that's what I was told from our head of operations. I mean, you might have 100 team members or something like that at a busy time, and so there could be some percentage of them that are taking different transportations, but majority taking driving.
Do you want, Graham, the traffic engineer to address
Sure.
the questions about the counts?
We can ask Joaquin to
projections?
take you through briefly the methodology, et cetera, of how to calculate it.
Yeah, thank you, Graham. Mr. Chair and board members, Joaquin Vargas with TrafTech Engineering. I think, board member, you raised 3 issues. One is the amount of traffic. I think you also talked about the distribution of trips, where they're coming from. And you also mentioned the issue about one entrance exit versus other developments. Let me talk a little bit about the traffic generation. We are required to use a national document that's produced by the industry. One of the things about that industry is that they are constantly updating the manual based on new uses coming in, like Whole Foods hasn't been around for many, many years. The latest document that we have is only a couple of years old, so they have updated different uses, including supermarkets, which is what we have used in this case. In Miami Beach, we have found that there's a high percentage of the traffic that either walks or uses the bicycle. So there's a deduction that is applied to that. In this particular case, we took 0 deduction for that. Supermarkets and also have what we call passerby traffic, and you heard comments about traffic coming from Mid-Beach to the Whole Foods is on 10th Street. Now we're going to stop at this location. There's a lot of what we call pass-by traffic. That's traffic that's already on a road, especially Alton Road that has high traffic volumes. These are not new trips, but trips that will just turn into this facility and then continue on their trip. For this particular project, we took 0 deduction on that. So there were 2 legitimate deductions that we could have taken that were not taken for this purpose. Let me talk about the numbers. The 140 trips that you mentioned, that is the existing drive-in bank. But the new proposal, the new project, which is the Whole Foods and the walk-in bank, it's 362 peak hour trips. That's in the PM peak hour. So that's the number that was used for purposes of this analysis.
So in your professional opinion, you do believe 140 trips are taking place today, right now, using that drive-in bank facility?
Remember that we are required to use that manual for whatever existing uses are and for the proposed uses. My experience is that typically in Miami Beach, the document that we use tends to overestimate the trips for existing uses and new proposed uses, so we applied the same standard for both. And remember that there's 2 additional deductions that we could have taken that we didn't take on purpose on this project. So remember, we have 270 parking spaces. The total project, the estimated number of trips is 362 in 1 hour. That's a lot of traffic entering and exiting from that one driveway, which I will address that issue. You mentioned also where the trips are coming from. Again, we are required, this is not something that we just make an assumption, we are required to use, Miami-Dade County has a model that they divide all the different areas into what they call traffic analysis zones. And they give us that information from all the different directions. They actually use it's called the cardinal distribution data, which divides every parcel into 8 directions. So we are required to use that model. That's what we have to use for these traffic studies. The last item that you mentioned is the driveway. Obviously, 19th Street is the preferred location. It's a low-volume street. We don't look at how many lanes we have, how many entrances and exits we have. What we have to look at is it one entrance? How many vehicles are going to be using that one entrance? The number of lanes on that roadway in turn lanes, if we have any. That has to be evaluated. In traffic engineering, when we do these analyses, we grade them. The software gives us a grading, how that intersection or entrance exit is going to work. And it has A, B, C, D, just like when we were in grade school. We also have E, that's the maximum, and then F is failure. In this particular project, 19th Street driveway is projected to operate level service A during the morning rush hour. Obviously, the supermarket doesn't have a lot of trips in the morning. In the afternoon, it drops to B. Again, this is a combination of the amount of traffic on 19th Street, the number of vehicles are going to be entering and exiting. And one last point that I will mention, in Miami Beach, we are required to meet with your professional staff. These are professional engineers. They take a look at all of our assumptions. In addition to that, they hired an outside consultant. In this particular case, in every case, we may have a different one, was Kimley Horn. So they reviewed our documents. They had questions we have to go back and forth, address, and redo analyses. So this is not just my opinion. We have to follow industry standards, working with your professional staff and an outside expert. So hopefully I addressed all your questions.
Thank you, you did. Now, in their memo, though, the professional staff of the city of Miami Beach, they do talk about minor signal improvements that would improve the delay and the level of service. I believe this is at the one intersection that concerns were raised, which is Alton Road and Dade Boulevard.
That's correct. And I don't remember the exact number, but Miami-Dade County is the entity that controls all of the traffic signals in Miami-Dade County. The number that I don't recall, I think they have over 2,000 signals, so obviously they have a lot of intersections. They can't go specifically to every location and monitor those. So that's a typical condition. Once this project is built and occupied, obviously the traffic patterns will change, and then we have to contact the county so they can specifically monitor these intersections from their computerized system. They can tell if the signals have to be adjusted to provide more green time to a certain movement. So that is a standard condition that's done on projects like this.
Got it. So there's nothing specifically that was proposed for this intersection?
No additional lanes or no additional signalization, just that we have to contact the county to make sure that the signal is properly timed once these traffic are coming to this location after the project is built.
Thank you.
Sure.
I guess to start with, how many are you providing employees? I see there's the proposed order or permit has 4 short-term bicycle parking spaces and 16 long-term bicycle parking. I know you're proposing more than that, right?
Correct. So the revised set that Jennifer took you through incorporates that, both the short-term and the long-term, and exceeds what staff has requested.
Do you provide employees with any sort of public transportation passes or city bike? Because I know there is a city bike station nearby there.
There's a condition in the order that requires us to implement the TDM, transportation demand management requirements, or provisions that are in our study, and that includes city bike passes and transit passes.
So how many?
So that will be, well, the right now, the TDM as provided by, in the study says 2 free city bike passes and 2 free transit passes. That's what is currently in our TDM, and that is a requirement of the order that we implement that prior to building permit.
Okay. So then the egress from the parking garage, I see that the proposed order has requirements of a gate arm and, in addition to speed bumps. Explain what you have planned for that, because I mean, I would think at a minimum, the gate arm should be at the street level, because, so you don't want it, you know, higher up and then people, you know, flying down.
That's right. I think it's traffic calming to stop it down there, so that's what we envision.
Yeah, because
he might, we might have a slide that depicts the location.
Yes, the scale is a little off, but Jennifer can explain where they are.
Yes, sure. What we did is we have the gate arms farther back, and then we have a speed bump closer to the intersection, but not so close that you go over the speed bump and then you're kind of forced to go into the traffic. So,
yeah, I mean, that's, I always have a problem with the speed bump being closer to the intersection with the pedestrians, because you have to sort of rev your engine to get over that speed bump, and then you're next, you know, it's.
You're lunging at the pedestrian.
exactly.
Yes.
That's why we placed it. You can see, right, it's just at the wheel of the cars that are coming out on that slide that you're looking at. So we have them there. So you pass the speed bump, you stop, and you have those view triangles that allows you to see the sidewalk, and that the people that are walking on the sidewalk can also see the cars that are coming. So there we go.
But there's gonna be a wall there that, is there gonna be a wall there that?
No, we took out all the walls. So where the loading dock is, we originally had a wall, but what that does is obstruct the view, side triangle. So we took the walls out. The loading dock's gate is pushed back behind, we're kind of in line right there. So you can't close the dock when there's a large truck in there, but they don't usually do that anyway.
Right, even the wall on the other side where like the blue line is, or the blue dotted line, I mean, you're gonna have people. That is a wall, right?
That is a wall, yes.
Right, I mean, the problem is you're gonna have people on their bikes on that sidewalk, and I guess I personally, in looking at where the speed bump is, okay, so right, it's perfectly, you know, I guess I may be looking at a different version or a different slide, but I guess the problem, the version I'm looking at, which is in your presentation, I guess maybe that was modified. It's still, I think the speed bump is at a place where if you go over it with your front tires, then you still have to, you pause there, but you still have to kind of, you know, jump on the pedal to get over your rear tires. I guess that's my concern. You're lunging, like, you know, Graham said, you're lunging at the pedestrians. I'm just trying to, is there a reason you wouldn't put the gates right on street level or closer to street level?
I mean, we can work with a traffic consultant too to make sure that that's done in the appropriate way. But while we were doing that, I felt that it kind of gives people a false sense of security too. If there's a gate there and then all of a sudden it goes up, I think if the gate is further back, you're able to see more. You know, if you have a gate in front of you, the gate goes up and then you go and then you're hitting the sidewalk. So I feel like all that should happen in the rear, but we can work with the traffic consultant on that.
I think you should. I mean, I think that's important because, I mean, in all these projects, I mean, every single supermarket that has opened up in the last 10 years or even 15 years, you see bad conflict zones. You know, the Publix in Sunset Harbor, you see it with Fresh Market in Sunset Harbor, you see it with Trader Joe's especially. And so it's so important, even though what may look good here on paper, you know, really doesn't work. Especially, I personally think this is going to be a much higher pedestrian sidewalk than we're anticipating right now, because there are communities, who are, walk from around the golf course, who will be walking around that area, and that's the kind of the natural way to walk. So I would like, I don't know how to put that in a provision, but, working with within the CUP, working with a traffic engineer to protect,
That makes sense.
pedestrians.
Could I echo actually his concern about that wall? I'm getting flashbacks to the Trader Joe's right now on West Avenue. And the wall goes right up to the sidewalk, right up to the property line. Even though they do have the required site triangle, it's not a safe condition.
We can open that up. We'll need a column on the corner, but we can limit that as much as possible and then open it a little farther back. There's no issue with that.
The other thing, by the way, about putting the gate closer to the sidewalk is that people have to roll down their window to reach out the door. And in Miami, everybody has tinted windows, so the pedestrian, you're kind of like, you're not sure if they see you or not, and it's dark, and so at night, people are able to see a bit better if their window's down. So
Okay.
that's just my thinking.
Can I just bring up something real quick that I just realized? So you just said that the trucks would not, the trucks would be sticking out of the loading docks. We have a condition in the order that requires, excuse me, that loading doors shall be provided and shall remain closed at all times except during actual vehicle maneuvering into and out of the loading spaces. So the idea was that the truck would back in and then the doors could close and the loading could happen so that we're not hearing noise and things coming from the outside. And so with this revised site plan, it seems like the truck will be sticking out of the loading area and that it would not be possible to keep the doors closed.
It was always like that. It's been like that
Yeah.
since we submitted.
So, yeah, I'm glad you saw that, Rogelio. I didn't think that that's what that meant, but yes, we need to make sure that we can engage in the loading activity with the doors open. Right, so that would require a change to what you have as I, and I guess I have as J.
Wouldn't that be consistent with what the Publix across the street is doing, Rogelio?
Hmm?
Is that
Their
consistent with the Publix?
their loading docks are open, yes.
Well, this doesn't make the loading dock open, this makes the door to the loading docks open when your activity.
Which makes it open, but either way, the point is that,
But
you
it's
know,
also
it's
50 feet
consistent
back
with
into
what's
the-
happening
yes.
across the street, so it
Yes.
should be okay.
Yes. Okay, so yeah, again, we would ask for that change
Yeah, I
as
guess.
well.
Yeah, I thought it came to here.
All right, done? A couple questions for me. So I saw some mention of it in the presentation and plans, but there's not going to be any type of public parking here, right?
As in like general public parking? No,
If
it's-
I want to go to any restaurant in Sunset Harbor, I can't park in your garage and then walk across the street.
That's certainly not the intent. That's why we're leaving room to have the controlled system, right, where the people will have to pay.
But if they have to pay, that means that there could be public parking for guests.
I guess conceivably, someone could park here and then go downstairs and walk out the building, right, without being
Okay,
noticed.
right. I guess to be more specific, is it possible that there will be a pay station there to accommodate or facilitate parking for people who do not intend on purchasing anything from either Whole Foods or banking customers of Wells Fargo?
Yeah, but how else do you stop?
That's a good operational question.
Yeah, I mean,
Meaning, you know, any Publix has open parking, and it's certainly possible that someone might come in and take advantage, leave their car there, and then go walk across the street. Just curious if there will be a pay station to encourage or facilitate parking that would be open to the public.
no, I mean, I think.
Graham is a wordsmith, so he makes me really
Yeah,
dive in.
and hopefully, hopefully I'm answering your question. I mean, I think you would take a ticket and then, or whatever the future system is. I think in like downtown Miami, there's now it's a like read your license plate, system. But in this, you take a ticket and then it validates you for up to 2 hours. And then, so you shop and then you leave. I guess if somebody didn't have a receipt or whatever, they'd get charged. I mean, it's meant to just be a deterrent.
Sure. The intention is
yeah.
that the parking is solely dedicated to shoppers at Whole Foods or, you know, customers of Wells Fargo.
Right.
Fair?
Yep.
Okay. On the ground floor, is there going to be any type of kind of public seating, benches, whatever that might be?
I think yes, but yeah, there will be. I mean, the main primary seating area in the premises is in that
Correct, yeah.
mezzanine, but there will be
Got it.
flow outside.
And then just the timing on the project. So let's say you get your approvals and then.
Do you guys know timing?
We need Russell here to say immediate.
That's what I was waiting for. I mean, come on.
Graham handled that, but yeah, Marissa Galvin with Crescent Heights, 2200 Biscayne Boulevard. We plan to move forward immediately. I think we've been at this one long enough. Thank you. And just a point about the parking, Whole Foods will lock the parking overnight, so you're not going to have someone who decides, hey, let me park here and go somewhere else and then come back and get their car.
There you go. See? Better answer, Graham.
I apologize. I didn't know what you were looking for.
You done?
Yeah, thank you.
So I think everyone's been addressed, but can you address this, one of the speaker's questions about the illumination at night? There is a condo development to your west, and so if they're going to be stadium lights, her point is well taken. I just want you to appease
No,
her.
absolutely. And again, thank you for your public comment. I think if we can pull up the rendering, the night rendering, I think it's a pretty good example of what that garage looks like in the evening. And part of the reason that we have the parking set back with the trees is to protect from those kinds of lights. So you can see here, there's a large buffer between the screening and then the actual car park.
And I would add only that the lighting fixtures, and Jennifer can tell me when I'm wrong, are going to be lower than that parapet. So basically, the top of the parapet, all the lighting is going to be lower than that, those poles.
Okay, so you're confident, and you can let her know with assurance that condos to the west aren't going to have these blaring lights.
We will make sure, and we can put this in the DRB condition. We're seeing Mr. Madan next week in DRB again. That all that rooftop lighting shall be directed down to avoid any spillage off the property.
And I guess they stay on all night. Whatever
I think they're
lighting you do
required
have.
to be on it all night long, yeah.
Okay.
And we have
I think it's a
employees up there
requirement.
too, so
All right.
that's where they're going to
All
be.
right, so I just need you to be cognizant of that issue.
Yeah, thank you.
To the west.
To the west.
Okay.
Can I ask, sorry, and the parking, there's a condition there that the surplus and underutilized parking spaces located on site may not be utilized for uses located at other sites.
Right.
So just confirming, like they wouldn't be able to like rent out to a valet or anything like that, right? Yeah.
Correct.
Elizabeth?
And we have no objection to that condition, obviously.
Again, thank you, and we're excited. I would like to ask again if you could adjust your hours for trash pickup and deliveries to the hours that you're operating, given the fact that there are neighbors on both sides and in the rear. I know that that's happened before, or at least an hour before. And 11 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the morning is just, that's just, it's just not, it's not okay. And then also, again, to the wall and the lighting, the mitigation for that, are the trees that I saw in the elevation, are those going to come up high enough to block, to screen out those lights going to the west?
Yes, they will.
Okay, okay. And your current location has a significant problem with trash and with, it just needs, not to you guys, but to Whole Foods. It's a pretty big mess right there. We have that going on in Miami Beach everywhere. But how would you're gonna have somebody hired to clean up the parking?
Are you referring to the current 10th Street location or to
Yes,
the current
10th,
site at
the
19th?
10th,
The current
the
10th Street location, okay.
And I'm just wondering how you're going to maintain that property, because I don't want to see what we have in parts of the beach where you've got, fountains and things that are, just trash that is blown in, or people that are using the garage, like y'all were talking about
using the garage as overnight parking,
Yeah.
that kind of thing?
No,
I'm
I mean,
just
I'll definitely
curious.
let Brian answer that one as well. But I think that goes to the point of having an additional Whole Foods in our community. Maybe that could alleviate some of that. In addition, here having more staff, more I call them employees, but to help maintain the area. But also, I know that there is like a higher demand for grocery stores around Miami Beach already. So to have another one here, I think alleviates the demand to have another one now in Mid Beach. So I think Whole Foods coming in and having 2 locations is really servicing the community much better.
I just like to see the site cleaned up.
I didn't know about the 10th Street issues. You're talking about like waste, just not.
I'm talking about in general,
Okay.
it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
We're just trying to get to a better place with retail, with sidewalks, with the whole deal. I just want to make sure that you guys are going to have somebody on staff that's going to, that we're not going to have to.
One sec.
Okay.
I was just, I do a lot of these, so I don't have all the details
Okay.
worked out perfectly. But so the developer will have property management that we'll pay into in the garage, and then our on the ground, like our store team leader, assistant store team leader, will, if things aren't kept to a certain standard, we'll have a point of contact to, address it or just handle it ourselves.
Okay. What was your thought on the operating hours for the trash pickups and compactors and that kind of thing?
So all right, so the issue, I think the open issue we have is not about the trash, right? We've completely agreed with staff's limits on the trash. It was just the deliveries. That's the point of difference.
The trash you've got now at 6 a.m.
Okay, so you would prefer to change that from,
Not at 6. I don't think anybody wants to hear trash compactors and everything else at 6 a.m. I mean, you are in a residential neighborhood. I think that that's an important aspect of having a good, relationship with the neighborhoods.
And I agree with Elizabeth. Not only is, as it was discussed, it seems like you're going to be bringing the whole compactor out into the street.
Correct.
To drop off the new one and bring in and take out the existing one. So there is a large impact. It's not necessarily a quick operation. In addition, right, there's potential for redevelopment around this site as well. So you think about the neighbors today, but also the future neighbors as well who may be living there.
I'm just trying to
Yeah, I think
mitigate,
it's a great idea.
9 to 7:30 a.m. and then stop it at, instead of 6:30 to midnight, do 6:30 to 11. You're already coming twice a week. The same with your deliveries, 9:30 to 11. I mean, I don't think that's unreasonable. Those are in other cities as well, and I think that would go a long way in a little bit of goodwill.
Can I, sorry.
I'll just end it there.
What are the current hours for deliveries and trash for 10th Street and also for, and I don't know if you're familiar with the downtown location, but I know that there's, major concern. It seems like it's done very well and there's a lot of traffic in those areas. So I imagine that they avoid the deliveries and trash pickups. They avoid the peak hours downtown. Do you have any insight into that or anybody?
I do not know the exact delivery hours from those stores, but I will say that most common time for us to take deliveries is early morning before rush hour, understanding that there are urban environments where there's like a earliest time. A lot of times even though that is still like 6 a.m., I think we would be willing to go to 7 a.m. And then as far as the evening, I think we don't have any problem with I think it was 11 p.m., when our store closes being the top time. It's really that morning time, because that's a super common time for us to take deliveries.
How about 7:30?
Well, I can tell you, the operations folks have told me that 7 is what they're willing to live with, but if we're trading, that they could close earlier, and end it at 10. So if we, what if we replace 6 to midnight to 7 to 10? It's a significant reduction in the available hours.
You know, how about 6:30? How about 7 to 10:30?
I think we just said 7 to 10.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. I thought
Yes.
you said. I thought you said 6.
7 a.m. to 10 p.m. for deliveries
I
instead
can
of.
live with that.
Okay, great. Good
Thank
deal.
you.
Thank you.
All right, last comment, then we got to move on.
Would that include the gaps for peak hours, or we would allow it all the way through?
Still have gaps.
Okay, well, that's all right, I apologize. The reason for that, the way we reframed it in our condition is our concern about having the trucks subject to the same thing the deliveries, that the same gap periods that we're talking about for the trash. That was the concern that we had.
Can you guys work out the timeframes so that we're not wasting your time and everybody? They can work out, planning can work out the gap periods, but I mean.
Well, we have to have a motion, though.
Well,
We have
yeah.
to- We have to approve something.
We can, because of sorry to interrupt, Brian, but because of the nature of the delivery system and the fact that we're dealing with coming from Pompano and we have traffic and all that business, our concern was, guys gets in the truck at 5:30 in the morning in Pompano, right? He's coming down, he's trying to make it to avoid those gaps, and guess what? There's an accident on I-95. So he shows up here at 7:45 instead of 7, and guess what is he going to do? Right? The truck is in the city, so the risk is, what is he going to drive around the block because we can't literally unload?
Well,
So-
he still has the gaps now. He has the gaps now. If he's stuck in traffic at, if he's coming at 6 o'clock, he's still gonna, or even at 9:30, he's still gonna,
Well, but not to belabor this, but that's why we proposed having different hours for trash, which were fine with all the gaps, right? The issue is with the trucks delivering, I can't tell you that some accident doesn't make him slightly late, that he's gonna show up and suddenly it's gonna be, oh, look, you're in the gap. And guess what? What are you gonna do? Park on the side of the road for an hour?
So the
Right,
trash.
that's the risk.
So the trash you're okay with, it's delivery from 9:30 to 10:30, is that what you're?
While we're proposing, as
Okay,
amended,
okay.
that the trash we're fine with as laid out, and the deliveries would be limited between 7 and 10 p.m., 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. versus our originally requested 6 to midnight. Right, so I think that helps in both ends, and it will allow Brian and his team to operate the building without creating external issues that we can't anticipate.
Right.
Especially, Russ. Given the nature of the business, we're dealing with regional distribution that is different than a typical delivery. That's why we propose the difference.
So the deliveries will be, tell me the hours that you would agree to.
Our proposal as amended is 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily.
And the trash?
Trash would be the condition that staff has. If the board wants to further limit it, we can talk about it.
6 a.m. to 7:30, 9:30 to 4, 6:30 to 12 on weekdays, and 9:30 to 12 on weekends.
Yeah, we're trying to, we have no problem getting that trash out of the way of traffic. That's what we want. And again, remember, trash is 2 times a week, right? That's it. That's the maximum that we're permitting ourselves under our operational plan, is 2 trash trips a week. So we can schedule that with plenty of room around rush hour. So that's why we're comfortable with it.
And so deliveries, again, would be 7?
7 to 10.
7 to 10.
I'm good with that.
All right, Scott, last comment, please.
Real quick, going back to the back of house, talking about pedestrian safety. I didn't see anything in the order about lighting, basically sidewalk lighting, because, you know, we were talking, and obviously you're open till 10 p.m., so you will have cars going out while it's dark, and there will be people walking on the sidewalk there. So I'd like to see something in there where they, in the order, is saying that they need to illuminate the sidewalk. I would even say brightly illuminate it, at least until they're closing, or they closed. And I think that'll go a long way toward mitigating some of the concerns with the pedestrians walking by on 19th Street.
I would, there are some issues with restrictions on light spilling off of a property, and there are public works engineering standards on lighting, so I would just say, work with the city to improve pedestrian lighting in a manner to be reviewed and approved by staff, just to make sure, because there are a lot of different requirements that may conflict with each other. I agree with you 100%, that needs to be addressed, and that lighting needs to be.
Yeah, work with whatever
Yeah.
departments,
Yeah.
they need to get signed off on it, but I think that's important.
Okay.
All right, I've just been asked by Sarah to bring up one point, that apparently the city is investing in a water taxi to Sunset Harbor, and that perhaps you consider giving some type of voucher to your employees so they can alleviate traffic, so just be aware of that. All right, someone want to move this?
Motion to approve with the proposed revised condition number 9. Trash pickups remain the same, but delivery shall take place as follows from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily.
And sorry, Mr. Cement, but can we also have the modification that the loading doors may remain open during active loading?
Oh, and the loading doors can remain open during active loading conditions.
And then we also have a condition that was emailed by Mr. Kasdan.
Oh, yes, I don't want to forget
Oh.
that condition.
Yes.
I can read it again if you need me to read it again.
With the condition that Graham previously read, discussing the setback on the east side, neighboring the New World Symphony buildings.
Okay, and I don't know if it's a condition, but again, I just need you to, maybe it's already in there, but about this lighting on the west side, okay?
In addition to the, regarding the exit from the parking garage, they'll have a traffic safety or pedestrian safety study of some sort, I think they said, to make sure that, or put the retractable gates closer to the sidewalk.
Yeah, we have no objection. I'm just thinking of the best way to write that, guys. Prior to the issuance of the building permit, we will we will coordinate with the city's engineers to enhance the safety of the entrance and exit to the garage. That's probably not as elegant as it needs to be.
Well,
But-
you get it, right? All right, and Elizabeth, what was your comment? You're closing it, what time is the?
We need you on mic, Elizabeth.
What
The
time do you-
store closes at 11.
Okay,
Can you turn your microphone on?
or talk into your mic, Elizabeth.
Sorry about that. I just want to make sure that we have the right hours. So I want to make sure trash is between what and what?
Let me get my
Sorry,
list out
but
here.
we're.
No.
Trash is between 6 a.m. and 7:30 a.m., 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m., 6:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. on weekdays, and then 9:30 a.m. to 12 a.m. on weekends.
How are we mitigating the hours, the 6 o'clock in the morning? How are we, for residents, how are we helping them not have to listen to all of this? I thought
For
that was-
trash, can we just strike that morning period,
I
since it's
really-
more,
I mean,
it's minimized?
I don't want to live,
It's
nobody
twice a
wants to
week,
live
though.
next to
It's
that.
not-
Yes, but still, twice a week when you're hearing it pulled out into the street and it's banging and clanging and, I mean, I just, we are in an urban environment, I get that, but I also want to do what's right for people.
Is it feasible to strike the 6 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. on weekdays?
That would seem great for everybody.
I mean, yeah, like what's consistent with the Publix
I
that's
just
right
don't know of
across
another
the
grocery
street?
store that strikes pickup. I mean, the trash company has agreements and they have to make that work.
Early in that morning, from 6 to 7:30 in the morning?
I mean, I'm not in the grocery store business. I'm just thinking
Right.
out
We
loud
don't-
before, yeah.
We don't even allow our trash pickup in our building until 9.
What time does the trash get picked up in 10th Street?
Do you know that?
I mean,
He's real estate, not
Well, it's also a
operations.
different system, right? I don't
Yeah,
think
but
there's
the
a
hours
compactor
are-
there, is there?
I guess the question is it going to impede your operation if we strike that? I mean, do
He
you know?
doesn't know.
I mean, well, but there's been a lot of work from operations that came into this, leading up to this, and
I
meetings with
understand, but I
staff.
also understand, real estate, and I also understand that y'all can modify the hours, especially if it has something to do with the fact that you're backed up against another neighborhood, you're projecting into another neighborhood, you're at a very busy intersection. It just seems that a little bit of goodwill I don't really think that there's anything wrong with saying, you know what, gosh, 6 o'clock is really early. I really don't want to hear that every single day. And the last thing we want is for people to call complaining and complaining and complaining. And just, help us out here.
Sure. Well, one thing I just want to reiterate that this is, I think we said maximum of 2 times per week
Correct.
that this occurs.
All right, let him finish. Go ahead.
I mean, can we make the window 7 a.m. like the other window, 7 a.m.?
It gives you half an hour. if
Well,
you can do
maybe
it in a half
7 to 8. I'm just trying to.
I mean, what if we were to schedule
Yeah.
a progress report for them to come back, and then we could kind of gauge any and all resident issues, and let's say we set it within a month
I'd
of
rather
their
just set it
opening?
now, and then they don't have to come back.
I just don't know if we're gonna be handcuffing them. Like, I know in some of our buildings, right, we have kind of the trash company that say, hey, we gotta be here by a certain time because you're on a route, and if we miss you, we're not coming. I just don't know what they can or can't do. And I don't think they know either.
I mean, if you guys want to come back, I mean.
We could set
we
like a
don't- I don't
progress
wanna- I
report
don't
for a
wanna
month within
get-
opening,
I don't
and
want
then,
people to, 500 million complaints, I just.
All right, we got to move on. So everyone's heard everyone's comments. Someone want to move it, and we'll either see if it passes or not.
I did
And
move it.
What's that?
I moved it.
All right, what's your motion, so we understand?
Motion to approve with the proposed revised condition number 9 of deliveries shall take place as follows: 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily. There was also, what were the other ones? Jonathan, you have one?
The applicant will work with city staff to review the pedestrian safety, prior to, opening.
And can
Accepted.
I be slightly more specific? I think what we talked about was the wall, the easternmost wall will not be opaque right at the exit. So by that, I think Jennifer said maybe a column instead of a solid wall there. I think that's important to be
Yeah,
somehow worded.
we have no objection to that. That's consistent with.
All right, Rahel, you've got all that? All right, so the motion is with the hours that are there, Elizabeth?
Oh,
Let's see
and the
what happens.
progress report 30 days after opening, so we could.
All right.
We have one for 90 days after opening, so we should change it. You want us to change that to 30?
I mean, 90 days is probably better because you'll get more.
leave it
You
at
get
90.
you get more
Yeah, 90 is
feedback
great.
in 90.
All right, so that's the motion.
And I keep bringing it up, the loading doors being.
And the loading
open
doors
during
are allowed
actual
to be
load.
open during active loading hours,
And the-
during active loading conditions.
And Houston's
And the
amendment.
New World Symphony condition and the lighting
Yes.
condition.
Correct,
Yes.
correct.
It's not too bad.
Yeah, it's just like
Someone
old
give me a
times.
second.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Jonathan, okay.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Cement, second by Mr. Frieden. Roll call. Ms. Beatty is absent. Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Goltanoff?
I'm going to vote yes, but I do want to put on the record that I have concerns about the number of lanes for the exit and the entrance ramp and how it's not consistent with other Whole Foods, whether they're downtown, other supermarkets in the area, the Publix on Biscayne Boulevard, the Publix in Sunset Harbor, the Trader Joe's on West Avenue, and the Fresh Market in Sunset Harbor.
Ms. Latone?
Yes.
And Mr. Needleman?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
It's a pleasure
all.
to see everyone again.
All right, we're going to take a half an hour
Thank you.
break for lunch. We'll be back at 2 o'clock.
Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3,
the applicant.
2, 1.
It's right there. Okay, welcome back. Are you the applicant for the next item? Okay, great. Sorry. Thank you for indulging us in our little delay here. Okay, so we are on Planning Board File 230635, 976 West 41st Street, use project, office project on page 121 of your packets.
This application is requesting a conditional use permit for a neighborhood impact structure for the construction of a 7-story mixed-use neighborhood impact building over 50,000 square feet.
Okay, so this is an application for a new 7-story structure. It'll be primarily an office building. However, it will have a retail and restaurant component on the ground floor. None of the restaurants rise to the level of a neighborhood impact establishment. These are smaller restaurant establishments. The site is located on the block fronting 41st Street and Alton Road. And it includes, I believe it's three parcels that'll be developed, and they will have their vehicular access will be from the rear via an alley, and then it'll have pedestrian access from the corner of Alton Road and 41st Street primarily, and pedestrians will walk up to sort of an open plaza area where they will be able to access the lobby for the offices and the restaurant establishments. For parking, they do have 3 levels of parking. The parking being provided does exceed the minimum parking requirements. I believe the parking requirement, I believe, is for, I believe they have 117 off-street parking spaces. The project does have a rooftop that would be accessible to the office tenants. Staff has incorporated conditions into the draft order to ensure that the rooftop is not used for any commercial uses and that there is no use of that would impact the residences that are nearby. The rear of the property that's adjacent to the alley, across the alley, there is a residential district that does have apartment buildings, and then beyond that there is a single-family area. And then to the south is also the parking lot for St. Patrick's Church. And so in order to minimize the impacts to those establishments, we have included conditions regarding prohibition on any entertainment on the rooftop. As it is an office building, this use is consistent with what's allowed in the 41st Street corridor, so we really have no major issues there. From a scale perspective, across the street to the west, you have the Talmudic University, and that's adjacent to a new project that's currently being developed. It's a residential building, and so the scale of this development would be consistent and compatible with the scale of those developments, as well as with office developments that are further east along 41st Street. So staff does recommend that the planning board approve the proposal subject to the conditions in the attached draft order.
Thank you, Aurelio. Sir, all yours.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Ira Giller. I'm the president of the general partnership Gateway Associates that owns the 3 parcels. I'm also the architect of record through my firm Giller & Giller. And having sat on land use boards in the city in the past, being late in the day, I'm going to be very short and to the point. Why this project? This project is, it's very timely for this project now, as 41st Street, I think, is on the cusp of a transition. The city has come up with money for redoing the entire streetscape. For 6 years, the mayor's Blue Ribbon Committee, excuse me, has worked to bring about some improvements. We've now established a business improvement district, of which I'm the president, that consists of all the property owners on 41st Street that have come together for a vision for the future, and we're ready to move ahead. This project, along with the city project, I think will be a major catalyst to begin that turn in this part of the city. The proposed project is going to be a Class A office building. The first floor will consist of restaurants and retail. I think one of the things that 41st Street is missing are several new restaurants. We need to develop a good, solid group of neighborhood restaurants, and we could use a couple more high-end restaurants. We haven't had the Forge for 2 years. I'd like to get another high-end restaurant on the street. We have a couple of good restaurants as well that really need supplementing, and I think they can feed on each other. So you've had an opportunity to look at the plans before you. I can go through them rather quickly and point out some salient features, but I'm sure you've got some questions, and given the late hour, we could get right on to that. How do I start? There we go. Okay. So the project consists of the circle at 41st and Alton. The entire block is zoned CD3. I've been in communication with the owner of all of the other properties. It's one single owner, Mr. Heimoff and family, and there's the other adjacent 4-story office building. And Heimoff is looking at his property to begin the development process as well. We think this could be a great anchor for this end of the street and be the catalyst moving, as I say, farther down the street. I've designed this project so that I'm not looking for, I've been doing this for over 50 years. I'm not looking for a lot of variances, a lot of stretching, a lot of big development. I've said, let me win the rules, develop a project for my family that will become another legacy and be across the street from the Giller building itself. So that's the way I've approached it. In the zoning analysis, setbacks, everything is all in conformity. On the parking account, I needed 100 parking spaces. By calculation, I've provided 117 parking spaces. I think parking is a premium in 41st Street as well as the rest of the city. If we can provide more parking, so much the better. The package has the project is within the FAR allowed for the properties, and the plan, these are the adjacent properties. I'll develop it on the curve on 41st Street. This is the site plan, and you can see the rooftop in the center. Some of the parking spaces will be open to the sky on the south, and the building actually steps back from the south property line that's currently occupied by a 1-story store building. To the east, the building will abut the existing 4-story office building and rise 3 stories above that. All of the existing 1-story building, of course, will be demolished. So here's the first floor. I've got provisions right now for 2 restaurants and the rest being retail. I've got loading in the rear off the alley. I've got access to the parking through the alley and a ramp up to the 2nd level, which you can see here. Parking on levels 2, 3, and 4. And then the office floors 5, 6, and 7. I've got a central corridor and a link for a very unusual shaped building and office floor plate as well. My ideal goal would be to get some family businesses to come in and take space. 10,000 square feet on the floor or 5,000 square feet divided into 2 spaces. And I think there's a market for that in the first-class office space now because of the proximity of this building to the interstate, to avoid a lot of the traffic that we have on the streets and the beach. I think the time is right for this project. The rooftop would be developed for a rooftop garden that the tenants in the building would be able to use. And I will enclose on the street front the parking garage itself with a glass mosaic similar to the Giller building. And really what I want to do is bookend the entry to 41st Street. So I'll pick up the glass mosaic tile. The plans have developed further with the design of the glass mosaic from what you see here, and it will go before the Design Review Board, I believe at the May meeting for their review. I think it makes a very iconic entry to 41st Street, and it ties the 2 old Giller building and the new Giller building together. I'm very excited to move this project forward. The whole building itself is raised up on a platform. Actually, you can see it here in the section. I've raised the whole first floor up 4 feet above Alton Road and 41st Street now. I'm anticipating that with the sea level rise, eventually 41st Street and Alton Road are going to be raised 2 feet. This will give me a 4-foot freeboard, so I have more than enough to ride into the future in anticipating those issues, and I've responded accordingly. Couple of views that you see in your packet, various positions, and you get a sense of the aerial development and the balance of the block. That, in a nutshell, is the presentation. I would comment on the staff review and recommendations in the draft order. I had a couple of comments that I wanted to make changes to. Let me get to those.
You're talking about the conditions?
The conditions, yes.
Okay, just direct us to which one.
Pardon me?
Just direct us to which
Yes.
condition.
Okay, on the conditions, the following conditions apply on item 3, under 3H. I agree with the commercial uses on the rooftop are prohibited, but the next item I, the use of the rooftop shall be limited to building tenants and their invited guests rather than office and retail. Because I'll have a restaurant on the first floor, I want to be able to use that restaurant to
Wait,
have
I'm sorry, where are you? I see the rooftop, commercial use is prohibited. What's
Item 3I.
limited to office? Okay, and what do you want to change that to?
Instead of the words office and retail tenants, I want to insert building tenants.
So you're saying you want a restaurant to be able to operate up there?
I don't want the restaurant to operate up there, but I do want the restaurant on the first floor to be able to provide catering of food for an event that one of the building tenants may have a board gathering, a cocktail party or something on the roof. And I'm concerned that if the language is interpreted too narrowly, then that restaurant couldn't provide that food. So, and I would agree to the fact that there would be no restaurant operation on the roof.
Well, either way, entertainment is prohibited, so I think.
Pardon me?
Entertainment shall be prohibited on the
Yes.
rooftop, so I don't think there's
And
any.
I don't have a problem with that.
but-
I guess I'm just wondering if that's, I mean, to me, it goes without saying that if they want to get, if the office and retail tenants want to have a gathering on the roof, if they want to have it catered by the restaurant at the bottom, I don't see an issue with that. I just wouldn't want to make it too broad to be construed so that the restaurant could host events up there, if that makes sense.
I agree. That's the intent. And then I had another comment on the next page on item 10. E, the garage shall be in operation 24 hours per day, 7 days a week, or at the least whenever the businesses are open. There may be times where we do want to close the garage. We won't have any activity from midnight till 8 a.m. the next morning, and I think it's healthy for everybody to have the garage closed rather than have it open 24 hours a day.
Are you planning on having it open to the public, the garage?
Be open to the public for the people going to the building.
Right, I guess, but can, if I'm, going to the other, building across the street where my orthodontist happens to be.
I may have that open because I have the building across the street as well.
Right, I guess that's what I'm
So
saying.
I want that flexibility, yes.
Well, but I'm saying, so I go in and I take a ticket and I would have to get validated by that office.
Right.
Or I'd have to pay a fee.
Right.
And so if I go in and take a ticket at 7 o'clock and I want to leave at midnight and I didn't get validated, I'm going to have to pay a higher fee, I imagine, similar to the concept that we just talked
I
about.
haven't even thought that through.
Right, I guess-
All I envisioned was that at midnight, when the restaurants are closed, the offices are closed, the retail is closed, for security, I'd like to lock the garage and not have it operating 24 hours.
Right, and I guess I'm curious from staff, what's the purpose of requiring it to be open?
Typically, office buildings are available to their tenants 24 hours a day, so if there's somebody working late one night, they should be able to park in that garage and be able to leave the garage. That was our major concern.
And there could be, you know, carded access 24 hours a day, but I don't want to be obligated to have it open 24 hours.
So I don't think this means that it has to be open to the public 24 hours a day, but there does need to be the ability to exit 24 hours a day or access.
Yeah, you can
Or
always
if an
go
office
out, you
tenant
just
needs to
can't
go
come
in
in.
late, we don't want them to have to park then in the adjacent residential area. We want them to be able to go right into the building.
Are you looking to try to have valet parking or something like that for if you have a
No,
restaurant?
although the restaurant may want to do valet parking within the garage, but the premise of the garage operation is not on valet.
Steph, would a restaurant tenant come back before us?
Only if it's a neighborhood impact establishment, and the way it looks right now, none of them will get to that level.
Okay.
So it'd be carded access for tenants in your building?
Yes. And of course, the public attending, they would take the ticket and pay the fee or whatever.
All right, as per usual, I'm going to open it up to public comment. Are you here for this item? Yeah. Okay, supporting, okay.
Great public comment.
All right, anybody on Zoom?
And before we open to the public, do any board members have any disclosures
Any
to make?
disclosures? Anybody? No.
Okay.
Anyone on Zoom?
No, I don't see any hands raised on Zoom. no.
Okay, close the public hearing. Board, any questions?
Okay, you want to go? Hi, Mr. Giller. Thank you for the presentation. I'm actually really supportive of this use along 41st Street. I think office is a great use. It is zoned for that, the highest density actually, or intensity, CD3. My question though is about the bike parking. I see in the plans that there's long-term parking, which is more geared towards the tenants of the building. I don't see on the site plan though the short-term parking, which is more for public use, people who are going to the retail or visiting the
I would
office.
anticipate setting up a bike rack on my raised plaza for the 4 bicycles that have been requested for short-term. And of course, I have a full room assigned for the bikes on the 3rd level.
And do you anticipate the longer-term commuters who are biking, would they be going up the ramp or would they have access to an elevator?
They'll have access through the elevator or the ramp, either way.
Thank you.
Did you have any other, are you okay with all the other provisions, or were there others?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the parking entrance is gonna be on the back of the building?
Yes.
So that's not,
In the
like, there's
alley.
no like, yeah, in the alley, okay.
Right. So we have no impact coming out on 41st or Alton. And
Scott?
Along those lines, I mean, all that activity, the back of house is in the alleyway, but it does border on the apartment building there. So, question for staff, you know, you mentioned that staff has recommended hours for trash pickups, and you also state that staff has recommended conditions to limit off-peak loading. In other words, hours, but I didn't see that anywhere in the report. Is it consistent with what you had recommended for the last project?
Where is, I believe,
in the operating
where is it, 10G?
plan, I think I had hours.
It's different because with the other applicant, they had requested the early morning produce needs to get on the shelves before the day starts. We didn't see a need to have the super early morning loading, so here it starts at 9:30. We don't have any loading
Because
happening before 9:30.
Is it in the order in our?
Yes, it's at 10G.
Oh, here it is, okay, yeah, okay, I see. One other, just a thing that I'd like to add to the conditions concerning the rooftop. I know it's limited to, or no commercial uses, no entertainment, but one thing I'd like to put in there is no special event permits issued for that. Because a lot of times when a special event permit is issued, it sort of seems to give the person, I think it gives them the right to just play music loud and really do everything they're not supposed to do. So
Do you understand what he's saying?
I understand what you're saying. In the normal course of the tenants using the space, I don't think that creates a special event.
No, I'm.
So I have
There's
objection to.
something called a special event permit, where
Yes.
like on a high-impact weekend, you could go
Right.
get a permit. He just doesn't want you to do that. Is that-
Right,
It's
I
one of your
understand that.
office
You
And
good
I
with
have no
that?
problem with that.
Okay.
Yeah, one of your office tenants may want to have a big party and have it
Right.
catered and have all sorts of activity and
Where it
which would
rises to
require
the
a special
level of a
permit.
special event, I don't mind having that prohibition.
Okay.
And I certainly don't want to have blasting music.
Staff, as a point of education, paragraph 3J says entertainment shall be prohibited on the rooftop. If you have a CUP, but then someone gets a special events permit, does that supersede that?
The special events permit can supersede that unless there's
Okay.
an outright prohibition on special event
Okay,
permits.
all
in
right, so you're
CUP.
good with that prohibition about special
Yes.
events? Okay, great. So we'll add that, we'll make that a K. Okay,
So,
no special event permits.
a few questions. So safe to say that the parking on site would be limited to tenants of office, retail, restaurant for Giller Building and the Giller Tower?
Yes.
Is that what it's gonna be exclusive
Yes.
to? Understood. So right now, the tenants there really serve a great kind of use and purpose for the Mid-Beach corridor, so thank you for that and that tenancy. So is the anticipation that with the current configuration of the two restaurant bays, that you'd be able to kind of mimic, I guess, what you currently have there, or how does the sizing shake out?
I haven't gone into any leasing as yet.
I don't
so-
mean with specific tenants, I just mean
No,
generally.
Right
with
now,
the
I
s- the space
estimated,
constraint.
I set aside about 4,000 square feet for restaurants, interior space, plus they could have tables and chairs out on the raised plaza, and that doesn't include anything on the sidewalk.
Sure, so that was the next question, so that there will be able to be kind of the seating on the plaza for
Yes,
those
I want to
restaurants?
activate it and keep some vibrancy of people on the street.
So, so the two restaurant bays that you have right now in your property, how does it shake out with the square footage? Like, what are those two restaurants at?
They're probably slightly less than 4,000 square feet.
Okay, so you'll be able to
Increase it a bit.
increase it.
And
increase it a bit.
certainly, I'm looking for, as I said, one high-end restaurant. as well
Yeah,
as
again,
one
it's
neighborhood
gonna be
restaurant.
great for the block.
Yeah.
What you have there now is all we have, and it's great. In terms of the sidewalk seating, that'll all be covered in the plaza, right? So,
Yes, it'd
Got
be
it.
on my property. If they still want to rent space on the public sidewalk, they could do that as well.
got it. Okay. I think we should call it the Giller Gateway. I like it.
Elizabeth? Put your mic on. Put your mic on.
Actually, they answered all of my questions.
Okay.
Or asked them already.
Anything else? Someone want to move it?
I'll make a motion to approve with the following modifications. To make a modification to CUP 3I, use of the rooftop shall be limited to office, restaurant, and retail tenants and invited guests. Introduce letter K, prohibiting applications for special event permit. And for E, I would say the garage shall be in operation 24 hours per day, 7 days a week. But staff, what kind of language would we want to include that, I guess, would?
Perhaps for tenant access only?
The garage shall be in operation
Does
24
that-
hours per day, 7 days a week, for tenant access.
Access, no only, tenant access, yes.
For tenant access. And I'd also want to say that the parking should be exclusive to tenants of the Giller Tower and the Giller Building. My concern is having people from off the street going in there and parking and then creating some type of backlog for actual tenants of his building.
Well, I feel like he'll fix that issue with adjusting the pricing, but
Or maybe
if he
not,
has,
because
if
for-
he's got extra parking spaces, you want to be able to.
We'll strike it, no problem. Good.
Good advocacy.
Try
All
to
right,
second.
all right.
Relieve parking issues.
All right,
before
we're
you purchase it.
striking that. Is that it? Okay.
Let's get a
Jonathan, since he agreed with you, you can second it?
It's the least you can
Second.
do.
All right. We got a second.
Oh, and it has to be called the Giller Gateway.
Still up in the air as to what the name
Yeah,
is.
for tenant access only.
And this is getting passed because of the support of your friend back there. You can thank him, take him to dinner.
Do you have any idea of timing, what you're
I'm
looking at?
anticipating that we'll be, I should have a building permit by the end of the year and start construction with the new year.
And are you going to relocate the tenants you have now, or are they just
No,
kinda-
but I sat down with them 4 months ago and said, I'm filing this, it's coming, you've got a lot of notice here, so start planning.
Okay.
I'm not throwing you out tomorrow, I'm giving you the better part of a year to make other arrangements.
Okay, thank you.
Roll call, Rogelio? Oh, Nick?
Yeah, I just have on the garage condition on 10E. Are you looking to say that tenants shall have access to the garage 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just
Okay.
tenants.
Okay.
So that if someone's working late, they have a way to get in and get
Got
out.
it. Okay.
Yeah.
Motion by Mr. Cement, second by Mr. Frieden. And I'll do a roll call. Ms. Beatty is absent. Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Goltanoff?
Yes.
Ms. Latone?
Yes.
Mr. Needleman?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Good luck.
Look forward
Congrats.
to it.
Tell you a super quick story. You had the case before with the Whole Foods.
Yeah.
I sat on the Board of Adjustment, and when the bank went in, and we set up the barrier landscaping and walls from the parking lot to the apartment building that was there. And then they said it in the presentation, that was in the mid-'80s. I said, that was 40 years ago.
Yeah.
Aged me quick. Thank you, appreciate
That's
it.
the way we roll. Thank you. Have a good day. Okay, we're on to code amendments. Next is item 10, Planning Board File 240653, conform to state law, the fire schedule for violations of prohibition of commercial uses in single-family districts.
Okay, so this is an ordinance amendment regarding.
Page 141.
Excuse me, I'm losing my voice today. Okay, so this ordinance amends the fines which are set forth in section 7222 of the Resiliency Code, which are fines that are issued for commercial uses in single-family districts. There was recently a challenge to the city's fine structure, saying that it was inconsistent with the requirements for fines in state law. And so this ordinance simply changes those fines so that they are consistent with what's provided for in state law. So that's really what the change does. And with that, staff recommends that the planning board transmit the ordinance to the city commission with a favorable recommendation.
And if I could just add, for some additional background, is the amounts in this ordinance, so starting at page 146 of your book, these are the maximum fines that can be imposed for code enforcement violations under state law. So what's before you are the maximum amounts that the city can impose.
This is for short-term rentals as well?
A similar ordinance was already adopted for the short-term rental of residential property. So this one relates to commercial use of single-family homes.
This is if
All
you're
right.
running a business out of your home or
Right.
using
Okay.
it for, yeah.
Anyone on Zoom?
No hands are raised on
I
Zoom.
didn't think so. Okay. Seems like a pretty no-brainer. Any questions or someone want to move it?
Motion to approve the favorable recommendation.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Cement, second by Mr. Frieden. Roll call. Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Goltanoff?
Yes.
Ms. Latone?
Yes.
Mr. Needleman? Yes. Motion passes.
All right, moving right along. Item number 11, Planning Board File 240655, alcohol hours of sale, RM3 District, Oceanfront Properties between 53rd Street and 72nd Street.
Okay, so
Elizabeth's neighborhood.
this is an amendment which would limit the hours of outdoor sale of alcohol to 12 a.m. for properties in the RM3 district that are located on the east side of Collins Avenue from 53rd Street to 72nd Street. It's known in this ordinance as, it's identified as the Upper Collins Avenue area. And this cutoff would apply to both new and existing establishments. And the ordinance does contain any provisions to determine any vested rights for the existing establishments. It does not impact any indoor alcohol sales, so those can continue to operate as they have. This is similar to previous ordinances that we've had come before this board over the last several months that relate to the sale of alcohol and alcohol hours. It's intended to ensure there's a lot of residential buildings in this area, and it's intended to ensure that those outdoor sales do not create any nuisances that could negatively impact those residences. So it's seen as helping to preserve the quality of life. So with that, staff recommends that the planning board transmit the ordinance to the city commission with a favorable recommendation.
Thanks. Anyone on Zoom?
We have no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. Ma'am, you're not here for this, are you? Okay, just making sure. Okay. Elizabeth, go ahead.
I just have a question regarding outdoor accessory uses and the 8 o'clock to 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. cutoff time, how that would impact that particular ordinance in our code.
Are you referring to the outdoor bar counters? So those are still required to be closed. However, the sale can occur indoor and they can be brought, you can order your drink, somebody can go inside, get the drink, and bring it to you outside. So that would affect that type of a sale. They wouldn't be able to go inside and bring the drink outdoors to you after midnight.
But they could still do it between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m.? There's an accessory use.
That's for accessory outdoor bar counters.
Right.
That is just the counter itself. The counter has to close at 8 p.m.
That's all.
This does not change that in any way, shape, or form.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
This affects, I'm sitting outside, I order a drink, someone then goes inside, gets the drink and brings it outside. That cannot happen after midnight if this ordinance passes.
Really, what does this mean? This line you mentioned, the 12 a.m. cutoff, blah, 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 and the ordinance contains a provision for the determination of any vested rights for existing establishments.
I can respond to that. So, you may recall over the last couple of years, City Commission has referred a number of alcohol ordinances to this board. And in all of our alcohol legislation, we've incorporated a vested rights procedure for property owners, specifically for property owners that have a land use board approval or other approval from the city that they claim entitles them to serve alcohol hours beyond what the code allows. So we've created a process to review and adjudicate those claims. So far,
Why, because they argue it's a taking or something?
Right, and it was an
Okay.
issue that came up in the Clevelander litigation, so we wanted to get ahead of it moving forward as to anyone. It's really just anyone who has a board order and really, a CUP.
Right.
And so far, no claims have been filed under any of our alcohol ordinances, but we are including it in every single one.
Okay, and the current time, what is the current restriction, 2 a.m.?
I don't believe there is a restriction now in this area.
Oh, so this is kind of memorializing it will be midnight.
Right.
Got it. Okay. All right.
Could we make an amendment to 11? Because if you're in a residential neighborhood, which this is.
Hold on, just so you understand how it works. This isn't an ordinance that we're passing. All we're gonna do is recommend, so what we do is we pass it with a favorable recommendation, and then if you feel strongly it should be 11, then we do a separate motion
Okay.
suggesting that,
Thank
just so you understand, yeah.
Thank you.
Because we're not
Okay.
passing or, we're just recommending.
Thank you.
So keep that in mind for a second motion. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
Yes, I do have a question. So this is only east of Collins Avenue, and west of Collins are different zoning districts.
Mhm.
Now, do those zoning districts immediately west of Collins, do they have different hours of operations for outdoor alcohol sales?
They are in the RM2 district, so there are some non-conforming establishments that are there. But they do not have accessory alcoholic beverage establishments as an allowable use right
Okay.
now.
And then further north, which is, I'm looking at the map, looks like it's CD2.
Mhm.
Do they have accessory outdoor or or non-accessory outdoor alcohol
They,
sales?
they could get, they could have an accessory outdoor space.
Okay, I'm trying to
Yeah.
wrap my head around why it's only being recommended, or why it is being recommended east of Collins, but not west of Collins, if there's,
So the residential district west of Collins, I think is, their regulations are, you don't have too many of these types of establishments there. Whereas RM3 district has accessory, a longer list of allowable accessory uses. And so it is a permitted use in the RM3 district, and so there's a greater need to regulate these uses in the RM3 district.
And-
For the commercial districts, we have other regulations. Usually these types of establishments would rise to a neighborhood impact establishment. They'd have to come before the board in that regard. But in this case, if it's an accessory to a hotel and they serve alcohol outdoors at the hotel, that would be an allowable use. They wouldn't have to come to the planning board for that.
okay. But there have been situations where it's been problematic, which is why it's in front of us now.
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else? We can move it favorably?
Motion to approve with a favorable recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay. Nobody online. Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Cement, second by Ms. Latone. Roll call, Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Mr. Gultanoff?
Yes.
Ms. Latone?
Yes.
Mr. Needleman? Yes. Motion passes.
Okay, is there an appetite with the rest of the board? Elizabeth suggests we recommend that it be reduced to 11, or are you all happy with midnight? Just any thoughts?
It's a residential, I mean, it's residential.
I mean, I'd have to know how many places we're impacting, just
How
off
many
the
bars?
cuff.
It's-
I don't,
There are, in this particular neighborhood and below, it takes up about a third of Mid-Beach also. I know from around the 63rd, there's 4,000 and some odd residents,
okay.
which is a lot. I don't know how many bars.
I don't have
I
that
think
number before me.
I think, maybe 1, 2 Normans, the Sandbar. I don't think there's anything else that I'm
Maybe
aware of.
2 or 3, yeah.
I
It's
mean,
not a whole lot.
that are,
Yeah.
there's nothing else. So it's preventative.
Does staff have an opinion one way or the other?
Our recommendation is the ordinance that's before you, but,
Okay.
we're okay with any other recommendations that you feel should be transmitted to the city commission.
All right, I wouldn't object to that, Elizabeth.
Okay, thank you.
Well, all right, so what'll happen, you'll make a motion to suggest the commission consider making it 11, and then we'll see if we have a vote for it.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion.
Put your
I'd
mic on.
like to-
There you go.
Sorry. I'd like to make a motion that we transfer this or transmit this favorably to see if there's any appetite for the commission to make a 11 o'clock amendment as opposed to making it 12.
So, yeah, maybe a recommendation to modify the
To
hour to
modify it?
11 PM.
Thank you.
Is there a second? All right, then the
Okay, doesn't
motion
want to?
fails.
Okay.
We'll leave it as it is. Thank you. It's okay. It's all right. All righty, we're on to planning board file number 12, planning board file 230644 residential uses. I guess these are companion?
These are companion items.
Okay, so planning board file, you want to do one by one? 230644 residential uses comprehensive plan amendment first.
Yeah. Well, we can describe them together.
Okay.
They're pretty much,
All right, the
very
other is the
similar.
land development regulation, so go ahead.
Okay, so this item actually, excuse me, came before the planning board on January 30th, so 2 months ago. The planning board referred the ordinance to the city commission with a favorable recommendation. And they did recommend several other modifications to the ordinance. When the city commission received the ordinance, there had just been another ordinance that had been reviewed by the planning board, which modified the process for any amendments that would affect FAR, that would increase FAR. So this amendment got caught up in that process. So now, when an amendment affects FAR, there has to be two votes at the planning board with a workshop, public workshop that happens in between those two votes, and then there has to be a workshop in between first and second reading of the city commission. So there's this new process that this ordinance got cut up in. So it got re-referred to the planning board to take into account this new process that must be followed for any amendment that affects FAR. As part of the review, and as part of that FAR process, there has to be a review, a more significant review on the impact of the infrastructure. So really, the ordinance that's before you is the same exact ordinance that was reviewed in January of this year. However, you will note in our staff report, there is additional analysis on the infrastructure impacts that were not provided at the January meeting. So what this ordinance does for the benefit of our new members is it creates an incentive to encourage residential uses in some of the residential districts that currently allow for hotel uses, or in some areas where there are legally non-conforming hotels, it's an incentive to encourage those hotels to convert to a residential use. And so the first thing this ordinance does is it creates a process for eligible development, the definition of things that eligible development must do. And so that is to agree that lodging uses must convert to residential uses and that they will prohibit any lodging uses in the future. Agree that they will prohibit the conversion and existing short-term rentals, voluntarily prohibit those uses. Agree to provide a covenant saying as such that they will not have any rentals less than 6 months in a day, and that there will be no transient uses. And if it is located in a historic district, they have to agree to go through a certificate of appropriateness process in order to avail themselves of any of the incentives that are provided for in the ordinance. And it ensures that there be no variances from these provisions. So that's the general rule that applies to all of the areas that obtain this incentive. Then for the incentive areas, there are 3 different areas that this ordinance describes. The first is the Mid-Beach RM2, RM3 area. That includes the area located on Collins Avenue between 47th Street and 63rd Street. Some of that district is located within the Morris Lapidus Mid-20th Century Historic District and the North Beach Resort District, in addition to the Bath Club Historic Site, which is an individually designated site. For this area, for those sites that are located in the RM2 district, the ordinance would increase the FAR to 2.3 from the current 2.0, increases the height limit to 75 feet outside of the historic district. Currently, the height limit is 60 feet. And then within the historic district, it increases the height limit from 50 feet to 65 feet. And 65 feet, and then it changes it from 65 feet to 80 feet for properties that are located outside of a historic district that have a ground level consisting of non-habitable parking or amenity uses. So it provides a little bit of extra FAR, not a whole lot of extra FAR. It's about 15% increase, and then a little bit of extra height for developments that forego the transient uses. In the RM3 district, it changes the FAR for lots less than 45,000 square feet. It increases the FAR from 2.25 to 2.6. For lots greater than 45,000 square feet, it increases the FAR from 2.75 to 3.2. And then for oceanfront lots that are greater than 45,000 square feet, it increases the FAR from 3.0 to 3.5. And again, it provides a little bit of extra height between 20 and 30 feet of extra height. For the South Beach RPS 4 district, it increases the FAR from 2.0 to 2.25, and it increases the height from 100 feet to 115 feet. So generally, this ordinance is providing you between 1 or 2 extra stories and a little bit of extra FAR. For the West Avenue Bayfront overlay, this ordinance only applies to properties that have legally non-conforming hotels, apartment hotels, suite hotels, and hostels. We believe there's about 7 to 14 properties that could fit into this definition. And so for the properties that are in the RM1 district, it increases the FAR from 1.25 to 1.6. The height goes from 50 to 65 feet. This represents an increase in FAR of about 28%. For the RM2 district, it increases the FAR to 2.5 from the current, which is 2.0. And it allows for approximately an extra 2 feet, 2 stories. So the height for non-ocean front lots would go from 60 feet to 75 feet. For lots fronting Biscayne Bay that are less than 45,000 square feet, it goes from 100 feet to 125. And for lots fronting Biscayne Bay over 45,000 square feet, it goes from 140 to 165 feet. We then looked at the, so that's what the ordinance does. We then looked at the potential infrastructure impacts. This ordinance does not affect the maximum density. The maximum density remains the same, so technically you can't build any more units than what you can build today. However, because you have a little bit of extra FAR, there were some properties that previously could not have achieved the maximum allowable density that might be able to get there. So for example, in the RM1 district, the density is 60 units an acre. RM2, it's 100 units an acre. RM3, it's 150 units an acre. Now you can actually achieve that maximum density where before the FAR might have prevented you from getting there. So in our analysis of the infrastructure, we assumed that properties wouldn't have been able to achieve their maximum density, some properties, and now they can. And we looked at that extra amount of units that could be developed based on that difference. So in the RM2, RM3 area, you could potentially have 174 extra residential units from what you can build today. That could increase the population by about 435 people. It could potentially increase traffic by 115 peak hour trips. And it would require, it could potentially increase water consumption by 67,000 gallons per day, sewer by 60,912 gallons per day, and 555 tons of solid waste collection per year. The traffic, we feel, will not have a major impact. And there will likely be needed improvements to the water and sanitary sewer system. Because this is an area-wide amendment, it's very difficult to determine the specific impacts, but that is done as every building permit comes forward. They have to determine if the pipes need to be widened, if there needs to be improvements to the pumping system, and that happens really on a case-by-case basis. This is a prospective ordinance. What we can tell you is there will be improvements needed. We can't tell you the exact improvements until actual developments come forward and actually take advantage of these incentives should people actually use them. For the RPS 4 district, there's a potential increase of 34 residential units. That represents 84 additional people, 26 extra peak hour vehicle trips, 13,000 gallons of potable water, 11,000 gallons of sanitary sewer consumption, and 107 tons of solid waste collection per year. Again, similar, the traffic should be a negligible impact. Water and sewer, again, there's likely going to need to be improvements made, but those specifics have to happen at the building permit phase. For West Avenue Bayfront Overlay, potential increase of 155 residential units. This one, even though it only affects 15 properties, this difference is as a result of hotel units disappearing and becoming residential units. So there would be an increase of 155 residential units, but it would result in a reduction of 165 transient units, which is what we think is there today. The population increase would be about 306 people. However, the traffic impact would be 0 peak hour trips because it would be a wash because you would be replacing more hotel units with fewer residential units. There would be an increase in potable water consumption of 48,000 gallons per day, increase in sanitary sewer transmission with 42,000 gallons per day because it assumes that there are more people in a residential unit using it regularly than what use a hotel room. And also more solid waste collection because someone that lives in their unit generates more garbage than someone in a hotel. So summary of impacts, the total ordinance could result in an extra 363 residential units, population increase of 125 people, potential from what's allowed today. So there might be a smaller building that today could rebuild and provide more units. So this is comparing what's allowed today to what could be allowed. Total 129 extra gallons of potable water consumption and potential 115 gallons of sanitary sewer and potential of 1,052 tons of solid waste collection per year. We looked at our water supply plans, and water is coordinated with Dade County and the South Florida Water Management District, and our water supply projections project that our population will be increasing at a much faster rate than it actually is. So there is sufficient water supply to be able to accommodate this extra population growth. There is sufficient sewer capacity, but again, infrastructure improvements for these specific developments will likely be necessary, and those developers will have to coordinate with the city to either pay for those improvements or if there's already a plan in place that's happening to make that improvement, work with the city to make those things happen. So with that, what staff recommends happens is that the planning board review the proposed ordinance to the May 28th planning board meeting. Within that time frame, we will have a public workshop. I believe that'll be scheduled for late April, where the public will be able to review this information and provide any comments and feedback, and then come back to the planning board for the formal transmittal hearing on May 28th.
Okay, anyone on Zoom to speak on this?
We have no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, close the public hearing. So bottom line is, we're gonna move this to May.
Correct.
The public workshop will be,
April, I believe actually they may have scheduled it last night. Let me,
yeah, if you could give us details on that.
yeah. Give me 1 second.
Who runs that? Who runs those workshops?
So it'll be, Michael Belush will be there for the planning department, but the communications department kind of organizes the space and
Okay. Does the commission attend that?
They're allowed to attend if they'd like to, yep.
And the point of the public workshop is to give the planning department more information to
Any
possibly-
information on public concerns, somebody who can't make, it'll happen in the evening, so somebody who can't make it to the planning board meeting will be able to provide us that feedback.
And then
in the
could could those comments be incorporated into a revised ordinance?
Potentially, or we will present them to the planning board, and perhaps the planning board can make additional recommendations based on the feedback that we received.
All right, so what do you want us to discuss? What any of us currently think you should be considering?
Correct.
Okay. Scott?
Just a couple of clarifications.
Excuse me 1 second. I'm sorry, I interrupted. You were going to give us the date of the. 1 second, Scott, sorry.
It's going to be a Zoom webinar, the community meeting, and it'll take place on April 23rd at 6:30 p.m. And the city will be sending out notification through the constant contact of the meeting and with a Zoom link.
And who does that go to? All residents?
It'll go to any resident who's signed up for constant contact.
Great.
Which is
Okay.
probably the majority of residents at this point.
It's Passover,
So-
apparently.
Oh, that's Passover.
What's the date?
April 23rd?
Yep.
Yeah, they may want to reconsider that.
Okay,
date.
well, I'll bring that up, that we may want to move the date.
All right, Scott, sorry, go ahead.
Just to clarify, if any property wants to take advantage of the increase in FAR, they would have to completely forfeit any right they have to short-term rental, hotel, anything. And that would be 100% of the building or property?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
One other, I guess, clarification. And maybe before I was on the planning board, maybe they addressed it, but accessory uses. What I wouldn't want to see is somebody saying, okay, we're going to convert in other words, using that, I'd like them to use that FAR for residential. With the way this is drafted now, can they use that? Let's say they convert a hotel to residential, but take that extra FAR and maybe add like a restaurant or something. Is that possible under?
So these are all residential districts, RM1, RM2. That would not be possible. In the RM3 and RPS4 districts, they could potentially add an accessory restaurant, but there are limits to the amount of square footage that you can have for accessory uses. I believe in the resiliency code, I believe we limit it to 25% of the floor area, so the majority of the building will have to be residential, but they can have a limited accessory use.
But in RM1 and 2,
They would not be able to, yeah.
Okay, that's it, thank you.
Rogelio, would this lead to more residential units that would otherwise be permitted to build under the existing FAR and height?
Technically, no, because the density stays the same. We're not increasing the allowable density. But we do think that if you do increase the density, people that could previously not achieve that maximum density will now be able to achieve it. So we do think it technically will result in additional units.
But the trend has been to
Yeah.
larger units,
Right.
larger average size. So what you might get is a project that otherwise might be contemplated now with more height, more FAR, more massing, but the intent of this is to incentivize more people to live here, but not more people.
Mhm.
So I'm a little uneasy about it, is we just might get larger units.
You don't,
right?
so what you're saying, you don't want it to be a third home for somebody, you want it to be somebody that's actually living there.
I think that would be
Yeah.
the intent, or
Yeah.
at least that's how I would like to see it, is to encourage development that wouldn't otherwise be possible. Again, they get more development rights than would otherwise be permitted. There's no provision in there, though, right? Maximum average size or anything
No.
along those lines.
No, we do have other incentives to encourage people to develop workforce housing, but there's no limit. They can make the units as large as they'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Jonathan? Yashil?
I'm in favor of this. I wish the commission would brainstorm and consider how to increase this kind of citywide. Just trying to figure out how to, cut down the short-term rentals and increase our residential stock. Just for people to be able to live on the beach versus all the people that are moving out.
Elizabeth?
I'm in favor of it.
Yeah, I am as well. So do we need to file, make a motion to move this to May?
Yes, we would need a motion to continue to the May meeting.
All right, so there's no urgency at the commission level.
There's now a cycle that ordinances have to follow. So this would go to the city commission. So this would go, I believe, in their June meeting is when it would
Okay.
be scheduled to
So
go.
as long as we hear it by
Yeah.
May?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so want to move it to May?
I'll make a motion to continue the proposed ordinances to the May 28th, 2024 Planning Board meeting.
Second.
All in
Okay.
favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, so pass by acclamation. All right, question, I think every month that we're supposed to have a presentation on these residential uses in marinas, is that still happening today?
I do not think that they wish to present to the planning board anymore, the committee.
Oh, they don't?
I
Okay.
think they're working directly with one of the commissioner's offices, and so if the board wants to have the discussion, I think the board should proceed without the expectation of a presentation at this point.
Okay, I thought, well, I personally don't, but,
No,
all right.
I
well,
I think
we'll-
what Commissioner Suarez brought up last meeting
Yeah,
should probably take care of a lot of this.
yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure you'll be seeing more referrals
Yeah.
on issues
that.
related to this, and I think that's why
Okay.
they don't feel the need to present at this time.
All right, we'll pass on that. Office incentives?
I wanted to discuss that one.
Okay.
Yes.
You have
So.
the floor, sir. Oh, sorry, Rogelio?
He's
So
got the
we
floor.
just prepared a brief report identifying the incentives that have been adopted since, really, I think 2021. This really came about during the pandemic when we started seeing a lot of companies moving into South Florida from other states. And so the city, as a way to capitalize on these companies coming here, sought to incentivize Class A office space by creating various incentives, primarily being a little bit of extra height to allow the extra floor-to-ceiling height that these Class A office spaces typically need. And so the city has adopted a series of ordinances to accomplish that, starting with the first one in 2021 for Sunset Harbor. There was another one for Alton Road, modifications to Sunset Harbor, one for the CPS 2 district, which is on 5th Street. Another one for office buildings in the CD3 district on Washington Avenue. And so we've seen a lot of these projects come before the board. And so I put a list, there's been 6 office buildings that have been approved by this board. One of them in Sunset Harbor is currently under construction. Others are in various stages of the permitting process, and some are beginning the site prep to move forward. And so it's been successful, these incentives have been successful at encouraging this office development. And that's it. I leave the rest of the discussion up to the board to where you want to take us.
And I don't know the appetite for anyone else to discuss it, but I guess my request would be the same way that the city came up with these incentives for kind of office expansion throughout the city, how could the city come up with similar residential incentives, again, to try and encourage and incentivize? Same thing you've heard me annoyingly discuss, trying to get people back to living on Miami Beach. In my opinion, the vast majority of the traffic that we see is from people that live elsewhere but come onto the beach and they're leaving, which is why we see kind of those, rush hour, peaks of traffic. My hope is that if people could begin living on the beach, you'd see a lot of those cars getting off the streets and kind of removed from the main arteries throughout the city.
Mhm.
So I throw that back to the city. How can we do that? What's the process?
So I think the ordinance that we just discussed is one of the ways that can happen. I think that's probably.
Sure, but that's
Yeah.
I mean, based on your analysis, you're talking about possibly bringing 400 people back to the city of Miami Beach.
Right.
If you look at the census data,
Mhm.
I think the city has lost close to 10,000
That's
people.
about right, yep.
So the city has lost 10,000 residents, and traffic has gone worse.
Right.
So how do we kind of reverse
the
that trend?
incentives are increased from what's allowed today. So it's possible that a building that doesn't have its maximum density today could gain a little more residents than what that ordinance would provide for. So that's just something to keep in mind there. But those are really the tools that we have available to us. We can certainly look at applying those tools to other areas. The state has recently adopted amendments to the Live Local Act, which will likely incentivize more residential development in the city's commercial districts and mixed-use districts. I don't know if the governor finally signed. Do you know if the governor finally signed the bill?
The amendments to the Live Local Act?
Mhm.
No, they haven't been signed yet.
They haven't been signed yet. Okay. If those are signed, those will likely result in many residential developments coming forward to the city.
So how can we get a similar, I guess, incentive package for residential use? Like, in other words, who put together the incentives for the office component?
They were, for the most part, they were all referred by the city commission. We were working with property owners that had the potential to bring office projects. And so we crafted these regulations to ensure that the quality of life was protected, that these were actually going to result in office projects and not other types of projects. In some cases, they were prospective. In the case of Alton Road, we saw that as an area that made sense to encourage office development, so it was a prospective ordinance. There was no specific development in mind when that ordinance was moved forward. And so they came about through the typical process that any ordinance comes to the planning board and city commission.
So it would be kind of conversations with private developers, the commission saying, hey, get together, think about what can be done.
Right.
Then you have a commissioner who's willing to sponsor something like that.
Mhm.
It goes through commission, I guess, would discuss at the land use committee sends it to planning board either approves or does not, back to commission.
Correct.
They then approve.
Correct.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Rogelio, what are some of the items, though, in the planner's toolkit that you could recommend? Because the office incentives clearly have worked,
Mhm.
right? There are lots of projects in the pipeline, and I think there's still some that are going to be in front of us in the future
Right.
as well. But we just heard, right, the residential incentives that were in front of us, they're not necessarily going to encourage more full-time residential development. So what sort of tools can you have? And I'll give you an example. In my neighborhood, RPS 4, I think they're contemplating replacing a hotel with 200 rooms or keys with maybe 40 residential units. So clearly, there's a lot less people that are going to be in the neighborhood, but that doesn't necessarily reach the objectives of a lively community such as Miami Beach.
I think the only way we can mandate that they be used in that manner and that you get more units that are going to be people that are living here is by tailoring these incentives to be specific to workforce or affordable housing.
Okay.
Workforce housing specifically, I think, is the greatest need in the city. And so if you say that these incentives are to develop housing that'll be used for the workforce, which we define as anyone who makes 140% of the area median income.
Which is approximately how much per year?
I don't have that number. It's changed. It changes so much. I'd have to look it up for you, but I can get you that number.
But those who,
But yeah.
a lot of times people hear workforce housing, they associate it with affordable housing and they get scared.
Yeah, it would be.
But it's not, these are professionals.
Teachers, fire, nurses, city planners, police officers,
But also in the city of Miami Beach, the AMI is higher than in other cities, so.
It could be lawyers even,
Yeah,
right?
a lot
Could
of
be,
these
yeah.
developments really shouldn't be handcuffed, right? Because they can kind of allow the full range of professionals to live there.
Correct.
But yeah, I mean, like Matthew, to your point, I mean, taking 200 rooms, converting that into 40 units, it's kind of like the city is looking at, okay, so the hotels, they have kind of their room count, and now offices are having their day. But if you just look at the census data, we're losing the taxpayers, right? We're losing the people who kind of live here day in and day out. They're not seasonal, they're not transient, which also hurts, obviously, like the local mom and pop businesses, which need, those
that support,
residents.
right.
What about tax incentives? Has any of that been discussed? Maybe looking at certain areas for tax incentives, like how Lincoln Road or Washington Avenue has their own bid? Maybe you do something similar for certain residential areas?
For the most part, bids are an increase in tax. You're paying. So we I guess the city could issue rebates, but generally in Florida, taxes have to be uniform.
That's right. Yeah, no, we can only levy one millage rate. So I think there are certain tax incentives for affordable housing, and I know the Live Local Act provided financial incentives, but we could not, the city could not create our own property tax incentives.
Is that something that the county could look at with the state and say, look, we're losing residents, we need, how can we work with you to just incentivize residential development? I mean,
and like
I'm
market
sorry,
rate
office,
residential,
I'm
or-
sorry, I'm just trying to think of different, just think outside of the box a little bit.
There are, I believe there is a property tax incentive for economic development purposes for commercial development. But anything beyond that, we would need to work with our state lobbyists to get the legislature to.
Just sort of, if we are a discussion.
No, there are some other things the city can do. If somebody wants to build a 20-unit apartment building, can waive permit fees, they can waive DRB fees, HPB fees, they can give
We
them so
do
many
do a lot
years
of that
without paying BTR, things like that. Maybe it's not as much as, the amounts aren't as big as other things, but there are certain things the city can do.
Our ordinances do waive the per square foot DRB fee, variance fees, mobility fees. We do waive a lot of fees, and that has not really been enough to move the needle to get these types of developments.
What kind of,
The land far exceeds the.
Rogelio, just real quick, instead of getting into all the details, but what kind of development would apply, would be able to take advantage of those waivers?
They have to have incomes that comply with our definition of workforce housing, which is that is 140% of the area median income. And they have to be certified by the Community Development Department as complying with those income limits.
You mean, you would, I'm just trying to understand, so the developer building that, if he agreed to rent to only those people that qualified, then those fees would be waived.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about zoning or land development regulations that would potentially increase the FAR and the unit count, but wouldn't increase the envelope of a building? So incentivize more residential units by having, for instance, maybe a floor to floor, capping the height of the ceilings, capping the amount of parking, perhaps as well. So the impact to the built environment, to what people see, is not the same. It's, in fact, it might be more FAR, but there's not a taller building, there's not a bigger building, and perhaps it's not a Class A, quote-unquote, residential building, it's a Class B building,
it's
which
office.
aren't being built
Office.
anymore. Well, hang on, is it, well, we're talking about residential here.
No, well, the topic was office. but-
Office, but then, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
But then it went straight to residential.
Yeah.
So perhaps I'm confused here. But that's my thought, are there some of the items in the planner's toolkit that could incentivize without kind of making the massing of the buildings larger?
We used to have in our code, in addition to a height limit, a limit on the number of stories. And that was removed, and that was seen as an incentive to allow residential developers to be able to fit more floors in. We do have significant parking reductions for workforce and affordable housing already in the code. That could be increased in some areas of the city. In the town center, North Beach Town Center, there's no parking requirement for workforce units. Everywhere else, I believe it's half a space per unit. And plus, there's the ability to reduce it by providing bicycle parking and other incentives that we already have in the code. But FAR is certainly one that could be added to that toolkit without giving the extra height that one could consider. We also give, you're allowed to have a reduced unit size. We give a density bonus of 80% for the workforce units. So we do have a lot of those things. The FAR is really the one tool that we don't, that we haven't had before, because it did require previously approval by the voters, and the city commission just hasn't taken those amendments to the voters in the past. But now the state has preempted our ability to have FAR referendum, and so we have this new FAR process. So maybe there is the potential to consider these types of incentives in the future.
So, Mr. Chair, what is I'm sorry, maybe I took the wrong turn here.
It's all right.
On the discussion. Are we talking office or are we talking about residential?
No, the topic was office incentives at Yahil's request.
And the reason why I requested it was to say, okay, what did the city do that was successful, right? Obviously, there have been quite a few projects approved. Maybe do we look at scaling that back? How do we look at maybe mimicking that on the residential side to try and incentivize an increase in actual residential count?
Which I think we talked about that part at least.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. So next steps would be really reaching out to the commission, I guess.
Yes.
Okay.
All righty. And the last.
So this item, do we want to conclude the discussion or keep it before the board, or?
I mean, just have to talk to the commission, I guess, see what their appetite is.
We can conclude it for now.
Conclude it for now, and you
Yeah.
can always bring it back.
Yeah.
Same for the last item, conclude the discussion on,
Yeah.
okay.
And then the last is repeal the .5 FAR bonus for hotels and CD2. I don't remember who brought that up.
Okay, so that was actually requested by the Land Use Committee last month. Or could have been actually it was earlier this month. So the Land Use and Sustainability Committee had a discussion regarding hotel and transient uses in the city, and they were in particular focused on the .5 FAR bonus for hotel and residential uses that's provided in the CD2 district. So in the CD2 district, the FAR for commercial uses is 1.5. If 25% or more of your floor area is for residential or hotel uses, you get an extra 0.5 FAR, it's an extra 25% of FAR. So that takes your FAR to 2.0. The Land Use Committee recommended that 0.5 FAR bonus be repealed for hotels that are located along Alton Road, in the CD2 district that are along Alton Road, in North Beach, which is basically the Normandy Isle and Collins Avenue area, And so the committee requested that the planning board comment on whether or not the planning board feels that the .5 FAR bonus should be repealed for Washington Avenue. They did not make a decision on Washington Avenue, so they really want the focus to be, do we feel that that .5 FAR bonus for hotels should be removed from Washington Avenue?
And the bonus is for what again? I'm sorry.
You get a 25% FAR bonus for hotel or residential if 25% or more of your floor area is for residential or hotels.
And then what, it would be transmitted to?
Put your mic up, put your mic up.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
okay.
Would it be transferred to residential use?
You could use it for residential use only. So on Alton Road, so if the ordinance recommended by the Land Use Committee passes on Alton Road and in North Beach, that .25 FAR, the .5 FAR would only be applicable for residential uses. You could not use it for hotel.
But then
Hotels
what
would be
w-
capped at 1.5.
Okay, but when you rescind something, you have to know why was it the bonus put there to begin with?
It was a mixed-use bonus that was intended to encourage mixed-use development, which generally mixed-use development is seen as reducing traffic impacts because somebody who's upstairs can just go to a restaurant downstairs. They don't need to drive anywhere. And so,
Right.
so generally when you're doing traffic studies, a mixed-use development is going to, a mixed-use development of the same size as a single-use development is going to generate less traffic than the single-use development. So it was seen as a way to encourage mixed uses,
Right.
reduce traffic, more walkability, create a more vibrant city. And so that's why it was done at the
And
time.
so then why repeal it?
They're just repealing it for hotel, and they're gonna keep it for residential. They want to, as one of the incentives to encourage more residential use
Okay.
and minimize hotel uses and transient uses.
All right, so the question that they wanted us to think about is whether to remove the bonus for hotels on Washington.
On Washington. They're already proceeding with removing it for Alton Road and North Beach. Washington Avenue was the question, because that is in our tourist district. There have been recent hotels that have opened there. There's one that will be coming before the planning board next month, another hotel on Washington Avenue. We've seen the Moxie, the Good Time Hotel. We've seen a series of hotels that have been successful at activating Washington Avenue. And so is there an appetite to remove that hotel bonus on Washington Avenue, is the question.
But that obviously won't impact any current hotels, right?
It would likely not impact anybody who gets approved. An ordinance would have to go through a process.
Right.
If the hotel that comes before the planning board next month gets approval, they would not be affected by this
I
modification.
feel like I'd want to hear from the bid or, like some group that's
Yeah, I mean, it's-
associated with Washington
Mhm.
Avenue. I don't have enough information to know what the impacts of the repeal would be.
Right. Well, the Land Use Committee has requested input from the Washington Avenue bid. This is just a discussion item. If there is a formal ordinance referred, it will have to come back to the planning board for the formal transmittal hearing. This is just for initial feedback, if this is something that the committee should even consider, or if it's something
Not
they should
enough
just
information.
drop it altogether.
That's what I think.
I
yeah.
agree with you.
Okay.
I'm supportive of repealing it. I think there's been tremendous amount of hotel development and more in the pipeline, as we've seen. And we already know there is large transient usage in our city, and really necessarily shouldn't be more of an incentive to develop. So I might be the lone voice here, but I would be.
Well, we're not against it.
Yeah.
I think we just want more information, but.
Okay.
But,
Well,
yeah.
we would still get more information, but they wanted to hear our
Yeah.
initial
Yeah.
feedback.
This is just an
Yeah.
initial discussion. If there is an
Yeah, that
appetite,
we're
it
open
would have
to the
come back.
consideration. We don't,
Yeah.
we
Right.
don't reject or, but happy to look at the ordinance once it comes to us.
Okay.
How long has that .5 bonus been in play on Washington?
It's been in all CD2 districts, probably 20 years, if not longer. I've been at the city 10 years, it's always been there. Probably goes back a lot
Yeah, I'm
longer.
trying to think of how many hotels on Washington have taken advantage of that, and if it's been around for 20 years, I know, I only know of one that was maybe built almost that long ago, and the two new ones, Good Time and the Moxie,
Mhm.
they took advantage of the later, I know there was something to incentivize I forgot what that was.
They got,
but
that was a height incentive,
Yeah.
but they also utilized this FAR
they-
incentive.
Okay,
Yeah.
that was the height,
The
so they
height,
could
yeah.
probably use the FAR.
So they could, before the height limit was 50 feet, so getting to that 2.0 was very difficult. You likely couldn't get there. And so when they increased the height limit to 75 feet for hotels with various setbacks so that the street wouldn't be impacted, that allowed them to achieve that 2.0.
Okay.
All right, with that, we are adjourned.
Can we, should we let the committee know, the planning board discussed the item, the board is open to,
Right,
to
but
more,
wants more
but
information.
wants more information.
Yeah. Another good meeting,
Special
y'all.
thank you
Thank you.
to Rogelio and Nick.
And Nick,
Thank you very much.
both of y'all.
Are you leaving too, Nick?
Yes,
Where are you going?
so I
Look at the look on his
I didn't know
face.
that.
I've just accepted a position with the land use practice of the county attorney's office, so
Oh, wow.
my last day here is April 19th.
Congrats.
Yeah.
So a major thank you to you both.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Who's, okay.
Been a pleasure working with the planning board. I'll still be around, so you'll still see me here.
That's
I'll
what
be-
they always say, Rogelio. Yep.
Keep in touch.
That's okay. I have
How many
Nick's-
numbers
I
you
have
got to
Nick's
lose
cell.
right now?
None. So,